Hey, motherfuckers, how you doing? You know, it's Sunday evening, 11/7/2021, 5 p.m. in the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some fun? How you doing, Adam? From Working Things. All right, Grampy Lobsters here, Twisted Skeptic, Guido. Jello Shots is making dinner, folks. Jello Shots is making dinner, but he'll be back for part of the show. We just hope Jello. Well, I hope he comes back in time to at least watch part of this. Maybe he can come in and give me a little bit of a hand. But folks, we've got some shit hot off the fucking press, folks. Some of it's old, some of it's new, some of it's really fucking new. I'd like to thank our correspondent, the bearded one, Mr. Mudbrucker, for showing us, giving me proof. I don't know, folks. I'll give you. You've got to see this. It's amazing. It's stupendous, and it's G-Man's soul. We're going to talk about G-Man's soul. We're going to look at G-Man's soul. Does G-Man have any soul, folks? We're going to check that out. Adam, how you doing? Folks, we're going to get started, folks. We've got 4 people watching. What do you know? See, you don't start with the good shit first, folks, because, we've got sponsors, folks. We've got Rev's Rollies. We've got Chili Dogs by the Vaughn. We're still in negotiations with the Cobes, that protect Cyrex Protection Agency. Lulu, howdy. How you doing, D. Smith? Anybody can join the First Cavalry Association. Gertrude, you're getting ahead of yourself there. We're going to talk about that. We're going to watch that. We're going to take it one step at a time. But folks, did you think you were going to just come into a Grampy Lobster stream and just start off with, folks, we've got, like I said, folks, this is big money here. If you'd like to support Grampy Lobster, folks, remember we have a PayPal. We've got a Cash App, Grampy Lobster, or $, Grampy Lobster. Can't forget that. $, Grampy Lobster 401. Folks, we've got merch. We've got a Patreon, folks. I get $23 a month, folks, from a few lucky Patreons, few nice Patreons that, they keep this channel floating, folks. Keeping the lights on. That's what we're doing here, folks. It's not a job. Prairie Queen, how you doing? Oh, holy shit. So, folks, if you like, we need a fundraiser so folks, if you'd like to join the First Cavalry Association, there are links that you can go to, but we're going to, like I said, folks, we're going to talk about that later. But, folks, we'll be right back after these messages.
Hi, welcome to the humble abode.
Young Irvy Helton was a spry ninja in training. But then one day a debilitating disease turned him into a pathetic sack of shit. Hi, I'm Wolford Brimley, and I'm here to tell you about a terrible affliction. Diabetes. Now scientists have found relief from this ailment.
Chili Dogs by the Vaughn.
Chili Dogs by the Vaughn.
Hooey, folks, we got something that'll make you feel real good. Chili Dogs by the Vaughn.
Chili Dogs by the Vaughn.
These tasty chili dogs will knock out diabetes in a heartbeat. Chili Dogs by the Vaughn.
Side effects include delusions of grandeur, swelling, crusty feet, unexplained foul smelling, odor, blind, impotent rage, and neglect. Always consult a doctor before trying new medications.
Chili Dogs by the Vaughn.
Oh, God, here it comes. No. It's water. It's like peas, a little bit. Oh.
Oh my God,
There's
dude.
an alien coming out.
Jesus Christ.
I got a turtle head poking out.
Frank.
Hold on, guys, please. I'll start my intro in a minute.
I love this. Sticky Ricky with his frame up on his wall for a flat screen. He's the king, man. It's crazy.
Hi, everyone.
Weird.
Welcome to the show, guys.
Welcome to the show, guys. I was going to start off the show like this.
Hi to the boys.
Welcome to the show. My name is Rick Productions, and I shit my pants. And he only watches child porn when he's sucking someone's dick. Martin's dick. He only watched it twice. This gets... I love this instant rage. This little... This
for the new subscribers
promo.
that's coming in.
Look at all the
to see my show.
subscribers that's coming in. The subscribers.
Oh, wow. You can't fucking porn bomb me, asshole.
Can't porn bomb him, you
Asshole,
asshole.
bye, Ed.
Bye,
asshole.
Bye, asshole. Wow, he's showing everybody.
Wanker, you motherfucker.
I love this.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
wanker,
you can't wank yourself. Wank it, bitch. Wank it.
Wank it, bitch.
Fuck off, you fucking stupid cunt.
Ooh, he called
Fuck
people
off.
stupid cunts, man, and fuck
You
off. This
got
is the
some more one
guy.
anyway. Look at your fucking tiny
He
little
said-
winky.
He's
Yeah.
a little wanker.
Yeah,
You
fuck
little
you, wanker.
Fuck
Fuck
you,
you.
wanker. Fuck you, wanker. He's got that shirt. You can tell he's got like a drool
Yeah, they're all
stain right
fucking
there
coming
on
in to
his
fucking
shirt.
porn bomb me.
Porn bomb me.
But guess what? I'm the best streamer of them all.
He is. He's the best streamer of them all. Good old Sticky Ricky. He only watches child porn when he's sucking Martin's dick. Cock. Excuse me. Remember, Megan,
Yeah,
you know,
fuck
the chick with
off,
the
you
big
fucking stupid
industrial
cunt.
milkers?
Look at you.
She thinks Ricky is
You can't fucking
a
porn
nice
bomb
guy.
me because I got my full screen up, asshole.
Oh, wow. You can't porn bomb Sticky. Creepo. He's always searching. Remember that one?
Fucking
There's been
stupid
times where he's
asshole.
been talking. People have come to his door. Wrong person at the door looking for a Tinder date as a prank. And he's ended up leaving with them, you know, because he just wants somebody to put things up his butt, you know.
Hello?
He's got his papas. I don't know what papas.
Oh,
like
he's
amyl
using it.
nitrate, man.
He's not using this thing now, he's using blades. Oh, wow, what a dickhead you really are.
You little dickhead.
What a dickhead.
Folks, you can't make this shit up. You just can't make this shit up. Folks,
Bye, assholes.
bye.
Can't fucking porn bomb me, asshole.
Folks, we got a tobacco situation, the finest quality in all of Eastern Pennsylvania. Sprinkle that tobacco, click it up, and then you've got yourself a Red Rollies.
Come on, sing along.
It's a Red Rollie right there. It's a perfect cigarette. Let's check out some individual reviews.
Open that man's phone.
Don't forget to drink plenty of water.
Get behind me, Satan.
Red
Rollies.
Rollies.
Folks, got to tell you right now, we've got a special. This is something that came in earlier. We decided, folks, we're going to run with this. We've got, well, folks, I told you we've got the one and only Robbie Battle on staff here as a correspondent. He's doing his own thing again. Once again, he's not just Robbie Battle. He is the one and only Robbie Battle. He's doing wrestling talk, things like that, stuff like that. People maybe check him out because a lot of you don't give a shit about wrestling like I do and stuff like that. And I don't always agree with Robbie, and sometimes he doesn't understand my sarcasm and he gets a little bit fucking upset with me. But I still love Robbie. He's my buddy, and we've been through a lot. You know, we've oh jeez. But anyway, you know, we've taken Robbie on board. You know, Carl and I and the rest of the crew here. You know, we we sat around the board table. You know, we've got a boardroom here. You know, at the new Lobster Loft high rise on the 9th floor in Woonsocket. You know, and FV Tuna Time. How you doing? Well, you know, we decided. You know, why not? You know. Robbie's a good sports correspondent. Sure, he likes Georgia, and right now Georgia's #1, and so it means everybody else in the world fucking hates Georgia. And my team sucks this year, you know. But that's okay, you know. And I wouldn't even be surprised if Robbie's a fucking Yankees fan. Jesus, that would really break my heart, Robbie. Oh my God, he's probably jeez, I don't know. I don't want to talk about sports, folks. But you know what I'm saying is Robbie's kind of come into his own. Hey, Darren, what's up? Robbie's kind of come into his own as a freelance news reporter, if you will, kind of a journalist. You know, he goes off in different directions, you know. And, yeah, old-time wrestling was great. See, when people talk about that, though, and I know I'm old and stuff, but by the time a lot of wrestling came around that a lot of people think like the Attitude Era, I was starting to me that wasn't wrestling anymore. It was more of a show. You know what I mean? So I mean, I you know, my golden years for that was like watching in the part of the 60s, 70s, early 80s. You know, 70s and early 80s were like really, you know, Georgia Championship Wrestling. That was the only thing that come out good out of Georgia. You know, Georgia Championship Wrestling. Tommy Wildfire Rich. But anyway, so yeah, Robbie's been doing some. God, we're losing fucking. Now you watch UFC and bare knuckle. I really don't watch much of it anymore. It just there's very little of it that's out now that I you know, it's just not what it used to be. And that's, you know, good or bad, whatever, however you want to take it. But folks, Robbie's been out there. Robbie's been around for a long fucking time. You know, he's been through the trenches, right? Sure, he might be the world's shittiest troll, and that way he not always, folks, but Robbie does some good journalistic investigating and some good reporting, folks. And I just want to give him his prop, you know. He recently did one on his, and folks, this is what we're talking about.
Hey everybody, one and only Robbie Battle, and you're looking at the guy that has taken down the Prodigal Champ.
That's right.
I won Prodigal Champ. Mm-hmm. Robbie Battle 1, Prodigal Champ 0, with an assist from Dark Horse.
Shout out to Dark Horse.
We defeated your ass.
Yeah, Skippy.
1-0, bro.
1-0, bro.
The best thing for you to do is to move on with your adventures on YouTube. Right. You don't want none of this. Don't want none, son.
Don't want none, son.
Sit your ass down.
That's right. You don't want none, son. That's the one and only Robbie Battle. Folks, you don't want none, son. You don't want none, son. That's Robbie. You know, he'll come up to you flat up, man, in your motherfucking face. You don't want none, son. Shit, yeah, man. Robbie's been, well, a lot of people don't understand this. They don't even realize this yet because we don't really put things like that. But we don't put a lot of things. But Robbie's been on our security team for, a good while now. He's got us out of some pretty precarious situations and stuff like that, you know. And so, you know, once again, folks, we, who is the Dark Horse? City of the Silent? You know, that's a good question because I don't honestly know. But once again, you know, Robbie's probably not done. He's, I guess it's one of Robbie's friends. But, he's still in it with Polston. You know, see, the Geek Room. See, that's what you gotta give Robbie credit. He sticks with it. You know, when I first met the Geek Room, Frank and Bran, right? Not Billy and not that girl that only shows up sometimes. But when I first met Bran and Frankie, when their show used to be a complete clusterfuck, and they'd knock each other, they were always getting knocked off the air. You know, it it was the geek room in its infancy, and that's what I really enjoyed about it because they never gave up, and they've grown to what they are now. Um, and So anyway, but they used to Polston used to try to, the prodigal champ, whatever, used to try to give them. They've tried to bury the hatchet. It just, and I think the geek room just, they were kind of afraid of Polston. I think what it was, and the prodigal champ pretty much intimidated because you'd intimidate people too, folks, if you were living in your car, and because your mom wouldn't let you use the internet in the house because you get a little bit carried away, and then she makes you move into your well. That's speculation, folks. But the geek room, but Robbie, the geek room, they cowered. They blinked when it came to Polston, and Robbie, no, not him. Robbie has stuck with it. It's been 4 years now, Robbie, at least. I don't know. But folks, we saw that. We saw what Robbie can do. We saw Robbie in action. He's in your face. He's ready to go. He's got some soul. He's ready to go. But folks, before we get started, I want to thank Mudbrucker is not only the beard of knowledge, and a connoisseur of alcoholism and a historian of alcoholism and alcohol consumption in the great state of Wisconsin. Hashtag Aaron Rodgers really fucked up. Anyway, but I hope this doesn't get me demonetized, but this was sent to me today by the world famous bearded one, the man who made mozzarella cheese out of powdered milk. Folks, non-fat powdered milk, folks. Anyway, this you've just got to see.
Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Do ya still want me?
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Did you know that every 7 minutes a black person is born in this country without soul? Hello, I'm B.B. King. Won't you help Don Simmons and the thousands of others that suffer from this tragic disorder? Its cruel symptoms can strike anyone. Let's take a look.
Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 bark. I don't even know this. How does this song go? Hold on, let me see something here. How does it go? Because I had this all planned and I figured out how to do it.
This is B.B. King saying, won't you please give, so that Don Simmons here and so many others can become useful members of society.
Or below me a kiss, and that's lucky too.
Write to Blacks Without Soul. Post Office Box 1305A, Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
Well, wasn't that lovely, folks? I think it kind of fucked up and yeah, I know the video froze. It's this computer, folks. Well, we're getting back to normal here, where Grampy and his oh no umbrella. I'm sorry, Mud. I really enjoyed that, and I want to give Mud all the credit because he kept asking for that video. I didn't know what video he was talking about, folks. And it didn't dawn on me until I watched the other part. But, folks, I got to tell you right now, I want to play it one more time. Because it's so, let me see if it.
Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Do ya still want me?
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom,
Did you know that every 7 minutes a black person is born in this country without soul? Hello, I'm B.B. King. Won't you help Don Simmons and the thousands of others that suffer from this tragic disorder?
Oh, come
Its
on.
cruel
It
symptoms can
froze
strike
again.
anyone.
Damn it.
Let's take a look.
Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 barker. Bark, 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 bark. I don't even know this. How does this song go? Hold on, let me see something here. How does it go? Because I had this old plan and I figured out how to do it.
This is B.B. King saying, won't you please give so that Don Simmons here and so many others can become useful members of society.
Or below me a kiss, and that's lucky too.
Right to blacks without soul. Post.
Well, it froze up again. And I do apologize, folks. It's, you know, gosh, that really... well, somebody will grab it. I know it. But thank you so much, Mud. But, folks, I know why you're here. I get it. Because you have nothing else to do. Anyway. Got some Dunkin' Donuts coffee here. Mocha regular. Extra cream, extra sugar. And mocha. Folks, it's what makes Grampy Lobster go, wow, that and a lot of THC. And your support, folks. The things you see on late night TV. That's right, Mud. But folks, I gotta tell you, I've heard some really bizarre, I want to say wrong things, just incorrect things, facts that aren't true, just pretty much everything for the most part that comes out of Stinky's mouth is just not true. It's bullshit. It's sometimes there's a little faction of truth in there. You know, he'll sneak a little bit of fact into something and then blow it up and just shit all over it. But usually he's just, I don't know, dead wrong. Ron, is that, yeah, correct? Yeah, sure, no G's. Okay, let's keep that going. Anyway, I don't want to fucking, anyway. But the following video, some of you have seen this already, I get it, you know, and it's, but there are so many just bizarrely, I don't think Stinky understands that the rest of the world, that he's not the only person that was in the military in the 80s, early 80s, 70s, whatever. He makes it, he sounds like he's, like, since he's 58 years old, folks, that he somehow has seen everything, you know, age and wisdom, and if you're that old, you must have done it all, and what hasn't he done, folks? But in this video that I'm going to play, don't worry, folks, it's coming. I watched this. I didn't watch it at first, and I heard about this calendar. I heard about, because Stinky's always talked about the first, you know, first Cav association. You know, and he's a member, folks. He got a calendar. He's only 13 years and 2 days older than me. Yeah, Gertrude, you know what? And in 13 years and 1 month from now, you'll look better than he did. You know what I'm saying? Theo in the fucking chat, how you doing? You know, I was pretty upset that Everything Nice that Theo was doing that stream earlier, and I kind of wanted to have some fun and everything. He says, no, this isn't, can't send you a link, you know, but he kept playing videos, and I could have come in and ran my mouth and shit, but no. So I figured I'd do it now. So if Theo wanted to come right now, I'd still say, you know what, Theo, if you want to come in, I'd be honored to let you come in, even though you wouldn't let me in your stream. That just goes Theo. That just goes to show you that Theo. Well, yeah. Anyway, I'll just shut up. But anyway, this is an amazingly. Stinky takes us back. My God, we're going back to Putin stuff, folks. This Stinky believes. I honestly think Stinky in his head, he really believes this shit because he's talking to somebody. And besides J-Dubs, I don't. All you had to do was join his Discord and chat, Grampy. Well, you know what? People don't tell me that stuff, Adam, sometimes, and I forget. Okay? And, I mean, I was in the one the other day. But the one today, I don't know. Gee whiz. Go back to work. Aren't you doing manual labor? Solar's in the chat. How you doing, buddy? But without any further ado, folks, this, and Elsie, the world's greatest upside down, the do-gooders from down under. It's Miss Elsie in the fucking side chat. You know, I almost feel bad sometimes because, like I said, in real life, Elsie is like one of these really nice, sweet people that, helps people and does things and aspires to change the world and in a positive way. And then when she gets on the internet, she likes to read out of the Urban Dictionary and talk about Portuguese breakfasts. And I'll never forget the first time I heard Elsie, with that accent, talk about a Portuguese breakfast. Folks, and if you've never heard of a Portuguese breakfast, go to the Urban Dictionary. For those of us that really have that, So she does have that, weird wild side and stuff like that. Plus she's into ferrets and stuff like that and cute critters and stuff. And she lives in a country where most things on the ground will kill you. So you got to be on your toes. But folks, what you're here for is this. Oh, and trust me, there will be some commentary. There will be some commentary. You know what? There's going to be and I got to tell you, folks, I meant to do this earlier, but if somebody like to come in, if Charlie's out there or Solar or anybody, there's the link. Come on in and join, because if you don't know, this goes from everything from his DD214 to, oh my God, the first Cav Division calendar. They don't just send accolades like a calendar to I, in my life, him and Gman and Stinky are two of the goofiest clowns. I think they're not intentionally stupid and funny, but it comes across that way to me. And it's amazing. I gotta give him credit, because Stinky, he's like that little engine that, Jello, what did you miss? What did you miss, Jello? We haven't got it. We're talking about Stinky joining the First Cavalry Division Association and getting a calendar, and that proves that he's, I don't know, sent $15 or $12 in and got a calendar like literally anybody can do. But he seems to, I know, Gertrude. I actually belong to a couple of, I don't know, quote unquote organizations that, I don't know, I haven't gotten mail from. It just, people do that, it's nostalgia. A lot of the people like that, they send them a really nice calendar, being thrown out. Oh, jeez. But folks, I know what you're saying. Holy shit, Crampy ate some chocolate. And you would be correct, sir. So without any folks, like I said, there is a fucking link in the side chat. Please feel free to come in. Jello, hope you had a nice dinner. And Solar, if, well, I don't know. Solar and Jello don't like you. I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. But one of these times, Gertrude's just going to pop in. I don't know that I've ever talked to Gertrude, but been a friend of the show for years. But anyway, folks, this is, God, come on. Okay, we've been going on for, this is just so fun.
And the little red sign says, we are live, we are live, we are live, and it is so. And I just had a bulb blow out. I just had one of my bulbs blow out, so now I'm...
Oh, he goes on about Steven
Are you afraid of the
Crowder,
dark? Are you
too.
afraid of the dark? Hey, trolls, are you afraid of the dark?
Okay, trolls, are you afraid of the dark? Wow, and then he plays this, like, oh, scary movie shit, you know, wow. He asked Kenny KPZ, you know, or Secular Opinion one time, Kenny, are you afraid of the dark? He likes to yell that. Are you afraid of the dark? Are you afraid of the dark? It's like, what the fuck, man? Jesus Christ, you know. God. You're a little afraid of the dark, Elsie? Well, that's okay. That's why you have that big guy that takes that you bond with. Let's put it that way. And so yeah, but so it's okay. You know, Scotty will. Well, yeah, where you live, Elsie, though, you never know when some little tiny microscopic creature will grab your foot and fucking kill you. You know, jeez, I was watching that show the other day and all those little tiny cute little spiders. That spider that was up there like thumping its chest or some shit, kind of like doing the crane. I don't know what it's called. They call it the world's most venomous spider or some shit. It looked like it was standing on like two fucking legs and it was like thumping its chest. D, how are you doing? That is awesome to hear. I'm so glad you could come, you know. Well, thanks for coming. So what we're going to do, D, is we're going to keep watching the video here because we're going to see if we're afraid of the dark. This is spooky, man. D, I think you're muted. Ooh. So is Stinky going to tell us a spooky story?
As my U.S. Army hat still stays up.
You ever notice he's got to fucking always, like, mention, you know? I mean, oh, God. I have a 3rd Armored Division patch that I've had for, I didn't have it when I got out of it, but I've had it. Oh, I hear someone.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Every now and again, streaming. Well, all these bloody things. They think, oh, we're not going to use these headset. We're going to use something completely different. So
that's why I'm always afraid of change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like I want to get some different. You know, you can get these Bluetooth like earbuds type things that are they're wireless. You know, and the technology's come a long way and. I learned that with my little laptop that I have. I mean, I turned it on, put my Google information in there, and everything was set up. And
right.
So, yeah, so computers are like, so it's okay to be dumb with computers now because, you know, it kind of it pretty much does the work.
It does it all for you, yeah.
But, oh, God, I'm always, geez. But, so have you watched this?
I haven't watched this particular.
Oh, well,
I don't think so.
Okay, well, this came off of Father Judgment, or Charlie Snyder, and I put it in closed captions when I recorded it, and it sped up because I think I took 56 minutes into like 39 minutes or something like that, but because you can do that with Stinky because he talks so fucking slow.
Oh, that's true.
But anyway, he oh geez, thanks for coming in too. By the way, I'm really
Oh, you're
high, and
welcome.
I figured, hey, what the fuck? Because I really like to get somebody else's perspective that might not be familiar as much with. So I'll
Oh
just
well,
shut
it
up.
didn't fit the screen. Well, hey, it was a different time. It was back when TVs were 4:3 size, and so that
Yeah,
was a
he
long
always
time
likes
ago.
to throw numbers.
We all
out,
have the nice widescreen now, which is better for the eye.
Better
Finally,
for
somebody
the eye.
got something right, because the widescreen is better for your eyes because of peripheral vision and whatnot. It is indeed better for your eyes, less
did
stress
not
on your
know
eyes,
It
which
depends on
means
how
less
close
headaches.
you are to the
So that's
freaking
always a good
telly is
thing.
what size it
But
is,
yeah,
you
morning
dickhead.
coffee 33, if I'm not mistaken. Morning coffee 33, and we're up before Steven Crowder.
Do you know how the morning coffee? You know how the toilet coffee thing started? When he
Oh, sorry,
when,
yeah, sorry.
oh when Stinky used to do his morning show years ago, long okay internet time, it was years ago, but he would call it the morning coffee, but he was always drinking like anything but coffee. So somebody
Mountain
started saying
Dew.
about coffee. Yeah. So he didn't even own a coffee pot. So I think somebody bought him a coffee pot, or he went out and bought some $10 Mr. Coffee thing, or I don't know, whatever. Well, he went in the bathroom one day to fill it up because I guess he couldn't make coffee before he went live. He had to. Well, if you know the layout of Stinky's bathroom, because there's been
Yeah.
pictures. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen the picture of
Well,
the slugs
okay.
and.
No, yeah. Okay. Well, if you when he went in, he turned and bent. Okay. Now there was no sound because if he turns his faucet on, you can hear it. You can hear if the toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There was no faucet sound. There was no sound of water. He bent over. He came out with a coffee pot full of water, to make coffee with, out of his toilet.
Jesus, what?
He got it out of his toilet, and
Why would
that's
you?
where the whole and people noticed that. It's like he didn't go in the sink. First of all, the sink was up higher, but yeah, he got it from the tank.
God
And
almighty.
but you could tell that he got the water for his coffee out of the toilet. He denies it, but people know what his
Yeah, I mean, it's a small plate. You can hear everything there,
yeah. Well,
basically.
and if you ever seen his bathroom, which he's shown pictures, so it's not like, oh, you're peeking or something like that. He's taken. You understand where his toilet is and where his sink is.
Yeah, it's directly. Yeah, the toilet's like, if I
Yeah,
recall, it's the
and
toilet directly in front of the door,
yeah,
and the sink's to the side of the door, and
no,
then there's the bath.
yeah,
Well, to the other side of the door, I should say,
yeah,
opposite the toilet, but slightly to the
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
but and you can't. I mean, the way as far down as he bent, unless you're like
Yeah.
at your kid's elementary school where they have the sinks like
Yeah.
way down almost to the fucking floor. God, I remember when my son was in. My daughter was in first grade or something like that. Went to open house one day or parent teacher conference, and I was coming from work and I had to use the bathroom, and I went to the school and I just went into the bathroom. And the fucking urinals were like almost on the fucking floor. I was like, holy shit. I better make
Oh my
sure I don't,
gosh.
But
Yeah.
yeah, and then they put you in those little tiny little kid chairs. But the sink was
Oh,
broken.
dear.
Yeah, but I don't know. But yeah, now he's fancying himself like Steven. He believes in his head that people are watching him, that he's relevant. He's done he predates Alex Jones and stuff. Now he's going into
Gotcha,
Steven
Steven.
Crowder.
Yeah, we're up before Steven Crowder because I swear, man,
Listen.
I started these. I started these at 6 a.m, and then Steven Crowder started doing his at 5:30, and it's like, God damn it! And so I started doing mine at 5:30. Then he started doing his at 5 on the dot, and I'm like, okay, well, okay. So I started doing mine at 5 o'clock on the dot, and you all know this. You guys, some of you that's been paying attention, you've been watching. Okay, so I started mine at 5 o'clock. Then he moves to 4:30. And it's like, God damn it. So I moved mine to 4:30. And he's still going at 4:30. So now I beat him to the punch by going to 4 o'clock in the morning before hopefully before he got to 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I mean, just boom, boom, boom. And it's like, it's another one of those Vladimir Putin things, that the trolls keep denying. I go around with that. I do this now infamous picture with me without a shirt on, and then here comes Vladimir Putin later on. Not even a couple weeks later, he posts a picture of him in Siberia riding a horse without no shirt on. And so then I said, okay, Bucko, let's find out if this shit is legit or not. So I do a karaoke of Blueberry Hill by Fats Domino. And again, it wasn't even 1 week later. He's doing a song about a karaoke of Fats Domino, Blueberry Hill. I'm like, damn, is this dude stalking me or what? But yeah, I mean, and nobody can deny it because that's all on video. It's all on video. But yeah, it's like, is this dude? I mean, he must be watching. How else would he have known I did Blueberry Hill, right? How else would he have known I went without a shirt? He had to know. He had to fucking been watching, or one of his people had been watching.
Well, yeah, definitely one of his.
Now, of course,
people,
YouTube trolls. Oh, that's a load of horse shit. That's a load of horse shit. He ain't watching. Yeah, but how do you fucking know, troll? You got a goddamn crystal ball in your back pocket? Give me a break. What a load of shit. Trolls don't. I love these trolls, man. They get on there and they fucking. Oh yeah. Bond did this and Bond did that. Motherfucker, you ain't even been in my house. How the fuck would you know what's going on? Oh, you don't.
So for 2 times in his entire life, apparently, according to him, Putin did the same thing as he did. Therefore, Putin must be watching him. Or one of his people, obviously.
Well, yeah, he's also claimed that at one point, and this is the part that, when he talks about stolen valor, people, a lot of like Solar Marshall, he watches Don Shipley, who goes after phony Navy SEALs and people that do stolen valor and things like that.
I think I've seen that
Well,
guy.
yeah, okay, and I got a lot of respect for him, or people like that, but Stinky, his stolen valor thing, it's like I've got the video of him, like when he used to do his rock and roll radio show. He'd go, "Folks, I'm a disabled vet. Help out us disabled vets," and if nobody was giving him money at that point. I mean, he was trying everything, and some people still were, but I don't know if it was under the guise of him being a disabled vet. Or what, but he used to use that. He used to try to use that and stuff. And if he says he never did, that's just bullshit because it's on the internet and I've got more than one time. But he claims like in the Cold War that he could have been looking through binoculars and Putin and him could have been eyeing each other at that. Like he had that much to do with the politics and the whole situation of what was going on. And like I've said, it wasn't battles like, and wars and things. It was a different time. It was very political. It was military chess, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They used to use us as like we'd go out on alerts because something was going on somewhere or whatever, and just whatever, and nothing really to do with anything, but it was just, it was a different time, and it was a different experience to a lot of fucking people.
I'm surprised, to be honest, after his experience of being a vet from the Cold War, that he didn't get into the CIA.
Well, he may have worked for the CIA somewhere along the line.
That's true. But of course, he can't tell us, can he?
Oh yeah, well, all that information, it's in manila envelopes. And one day when he dies, all this stuff's
50 years after his death, below.
Vaughn was.
I doubt it's all true.
I love this.
In the room longer than he. Oh, it's the beach.
Oh God.
As Solar Marshall says, the sink was broken. Apparently, so I don't know.
Well, you still don't get. You know what?
But he's got a kitchen.
Yeah, just because your dog drinks out of the toilet or your cat sometimes, which mine don't. I mean, I don't see. But those are the type of people that go, "Yeah, my dog just." I don't care if you do or not. To me, I'm not. I don't want my dog. I don't care if it flushes or something like that. I don't want my animal drinking, where I, use the bathroom.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so, but, yeah, we know he drank from the toilet.
I mean,
Solar pays attention to a lot more than people think. He notices a lot of weird shit about Vaughn. Oh, my God. He's told me some crazy fucking shit. He's had Vaughn going on some weird shit, but no, but this doesn't even. We haven't even scratched the surface. I'm telling you of the dumb, the stupidery, the just holy fuck, just what? I mean, things are just. I mean, not even just. Hey, Lucian, Corna. Oh my God, son
No,
of
you
a
do not.
guy.
You don't have a clue, man. You don't have a clue. Who lit me up? Somebody lit me up.
Oh my gosh, was he just trying to do a Jamaican accent?
Well,
What happened?
okay, that's who let me up. All right. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I was third with the what? Okay, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, people are pinging me this morning, so that's a good thing, I reckon. And
What's up, Draven?
And I want to. Oh yeah, I definitely want to do something. Hold on, don't move. Nobody move. I'm going to show you something.
Oh yeah, here we go.
I moved. Ha. Sorry.
Here we go. Watch this. Okay, I know this is freezing and everything. It'll catch up and everything, but yeah, he comes back.
I already
Now,
showed this
watch
once, but apparently it hasn't sunk in to some people. All right, now, as some of you are painfully aware, the YouTube trolls are running around saying that I'm stolen valor and that I'm a washout. RE3JHJ was on my DD214, and so that means that I am a piece of shit and that I'm some kind of washout and that I ain't never served and all that, and all this bullshit, right? Right? Yeah. Look at what I got in the mail, boys and girls. Can anybody read that? Hey, trolls, do you know how to fucking read? Hey, trolls, do you know how to fucking read? Hey, YouTube trolls, do you know how to fucking read?
That's not the United States
Washouts
Army.
don't get shit from the U.S. Army. Okay?
That's not from the Army.
Stolen valor folk don't get shit from the Army.
Oh, yes, they do. That's how they thrive. That's how they thrive. That's how a lot of them get around these things. Is because they'll join these fucking groups, like VFWs or these organizations, and a lot of these really nice people, they'll jump into charities. They'll throw their rank out there, or I'm a Medal of Honor winner, and a lot of people, they don't want to have to check somebody, because if somebody's a hero, or something like that, and they go, you want to make sure it's real, but something like that, you really, really want that. It depends on how they come across, and some people, Stinky's not one of them that comes across very credible. But and you can tell just the way he talks, but a lot of people do, right? They know enough to beat people until they get, but they end up getting caught, and those people, failure to adapt. Yep.
Yeah, I was just reading that.
Yeah, failure to adapt, unsatisfactory performance, and basically all that. And I'm gonna get into it in a minute because this, oh jeez. Because this really,
crazy.
This really gets fucking. He goes full out stupid.
For 2022, beautiful calendar for 2022.
Yeah, and you can get one too for $12.
Okay. Once cab, always cab, bitches.
Yeah.
And motherfuckers, man, lying out their ass, saying I'm stolen valor, saying I'm this, saying I'm. Oh, there's the front. Helps if I show the damn front of the thing. Huh? Helps if I show the front, right? Anyways, but yeah, saying I'm stolen valor, saying I'm a washout, saying that all this shit, No, not hardly. Washouts do not get sent the things here. But not only that.
You do if you send them $15 a year, because that's all you got to do.
Yeah.
If you and a lot of people have already pointed this out. I don't know. I guess you're not. You might not be familiar with the 1st Infantry Division or something. Or
no, I mean, I was just thinking earlier before you said, I thought Bond and people like him can probably get away with a certain amount with people who don't jack shit about the Army and what have you.
You can join, like I used to, like when I first went in the Army, I was in the 3rd Armored Division, Spearhead, over in Germany, okay? Now, the 3rd Armored Division had now, a lot of people thought it was 3rd Armored Division that was with Patton, but that was actually the 3rd Army, not the 3rd Armored Division. But a lot of battle, they had a history to it, and you were part of that, and I was part of that for like almost 3 years, about 2.5 years, okay. And not that I was like gung ho, yeehaw, and all that, whatever the fuck, but later on, I was like, shit, because there is no more 3rd Armor Division anymore. But there are associations that you can join. And if you're ever in like a VA, or if, like, I got one for,
that's a good point, Solar. He has 0 benefits from the army, so that tells you everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to.
And so you can join. Like, I had a chance. I think for 1 year I joined the 3rd Armor Division. I was feeling kind of nostalgic, right, back around 2008 or something. And I got I already had a patch, but I had I had an old unit crest or something like that I wore for a while. But I get them. It's magazine. I don't read them. Right? It's not, oh boy, it's something in the mail or more emails. And they always, and he'll show you here, you send them $12 and they're going to say, thank you very much. Can you send us some more money so we can keep sending you a calendar? They don't care who does it. You don't have to be a former member of, if you get like a $3 discount if you used to be in the fucking 1st Armor or 1st Cav. If you haven't been in the 1st Cav, you pay like $3 or $5 more for the same fucking thing. So there's no credentials that go with this. You joined a club.
Yeah.
You joined a club. They give you a certificate, and you get a calendar, right? That's literally all it is. But the way he makes it sound is like it's some sort of accolade that they send him, So,
and how come this is, unless I'm mistaken, how come this is the first time he's ever shown it to us? I assume they do a calendar every year.
Yeah, well, he's always he used to have this little card. He'd show this card that was in his wallet, like membership cards they used to have when you were a kid, type shit. But I used to belong to the Banana Splits Super Saturday Morning.
La 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 la.
Yeah, that was my form.
Yeah, sorry.
That was my form of identification when I was about 9.
I love the Banana Splits.
Yeah, but anyway, so he's really just I don't know. It's funny,
Yeah.
I've got
papers.
Got letters.
Letters.
I've got more interesting information. Yeah. And I got some other stuff in here that's going to remain my information that you are not going to be privy to.
Oh yeah,
but,
they sent
let me read what the other
yeah, like they were like, oh yeah, by the way, there, Agent Selton, we're passing this on to you as only,
for your eyes only.
I mean, I know the Banana Splits were legendary. I remember those dune buggies, man. Every kid wanted a dune buggy. But anyway, so
read that. Dear 1st Cav Association, Dear 1st Cav Division Association Trooper, we are proud to present your 1st Cavalry Division Association 2022 calendar. It was created especially for you, and your fellow.
Yeah, I gotta say it 3 times. Beetle, I don't know what the fuck, but it's like they made it especially for him. Says it 3 times and then this.
Members, I hope you will display it proudly. Please accept this calendar in appreciation for your trust and support. If you enjoy it, please consider sending a contribution to assist us in meeting the costs of the ongoing calendar program. Your donations keep the program operational. Your association and staff, thank you for your continued generosity. There is a Saber subscription renewal section in the form at the bottom of the page. Saber is our official publication of the association and our primary means to communicate with our members. Now tell me, can a washout be a member of the 1st Cav Association?
Yes.
Come on, trolls.
Yes.
Come on, haters.
Yes. I mean,
can a washout be a member of the 1st Cav Association?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
How about Stolen Valor? Can they be a member of the 1st Cav Association?
Often they are.
Can they trolls? Can a washout or Stolen Valor be a member of the 1st Cav Association? Yes or fucking no?
Yes.
No, they cannot.
Yes.
If I was a washout or Stolen Valor, I would not get one of these. No fucking way.
Because to the best of my knowledge, nobody's denied that he actually ever was in the army.
No, no, and that's the thing. And when he was at Fort Bliss, that's your patch. That's the patch, first Cav. Okay, I knew people that were stationed there. I was stationed between Oklahoma and Fort Polk and Louisiana. I was stationed in the Army about the time he was at what was that, Fort Bliss, like Copper's Cove, because that's the I think that's Fort Bliss. But anyway, I knew people by that time in the Army that had been in that. You know, I.
Calendars for washout.
The whole idea, you can join a lot of organizations don't require you to, and it's easy enough to see, you know, if you're not a member, you can still join us by, you know, God.
Hell, would I get one of these? I might get a letter telling me to kiss off.
No, they wouldn't.
But
They'd
I wouldn't
say, thank you for your money. Here's a calendar. Please send us more money.
not get a letter of accommodation, recommendation, all kinds of.
He didn't get that. How is that a letter of accommodation?
Yes.
He sent $15 or $12. He could prove that he was stationed in the first Cav for a brief period of time when he was in the Army before he got. He had to call his mom to come pick him up because
But they gave him a government job.
Well, yeah.
There's no many claims or something like that. I forget the details.
We're getting ahead of ourselves here. We're getting ahead of
sorry. My
Trust
bad.
me, because this might this might be the video that breaks Grampy, and I'm glad you're here. Because
I'll hold your hand, Grampy. I'll take you through.
Trust
I'll be
me.
there for you.
Because this might. Anyway, I'm just gonna.
Like I said, there's some other things in here that you are not going to be told about. That's for my information only. But yeah, let's just put it this way. Now, someone might pipe up and say, "Well, Bon, a troll did that." Okay, well then, if a troll did this, they're the stupidest fucking troll that ever walked the planet, because this right here proves, beyond any reasonable doubt, that I am not a washout or stolen valor. Because washouts and stolen valor don't get recognized by the U.S. Cavalry Association. No, they fucking don't. No, they fucking do not. You dumbass trolls and haters. No, they do not. Look at it again, fucks. I want you to see it again.
And it says nothing about the United States military. That's
trolls and haters do not get shit from the 1st Cavalry Division. No, they fucking do not. No, they fucking do not. So
damn it.
You're a dumbass if you're listening
Billy?
to these fucking YouTube trolls telling you that I'm some kind of washout. But Vaughn, what about the RE3 and JHJ? Listen, only thing RE.
Okay, folks. We're going to get into some, and some people know this about me, okay? Like I said, I've never been a Yankee Doodle, go whatever. I mean, actually, I try to cheer for Army or Navy, in football, only because I've always been, like a football fan and stuff. But and I actually prefer Navy over Army because I was raised in the Navy. But I've never been, very, very briefly, never been like a military, like gung ho, and that just never who I was. But so I want people to understand that before this goes any farther.
3 and JHJ meant back when I was around. Now I don't know what it means today. Don't give a flying fuck what it means today. But back when I was in the Army, back in the 1980s, a JHJ and RE3 simply meant you were leaving service. That's all it meant. It means you're leaving service and you're not coming back. The trolls and the haters are the ones saying it means you're a washout. It means you're stolen valor. It means you're this. I mean, they're making that shit up. I'm assuming, because that's not what it meant back in my day. All it meant back in my day is that you're never going back into the military. Well, guess what? I didn't. Wow, what a shock. And not only that, but see, another thing the trolls keep telling you is that directly under my name and my information, there's a big box there, okay? And written inside that big box, it says general under honorable conditions. Do washouts get a general discharge? No, they get a dishonorable discharge. What about stolen valor? Do they get a general discharge? No, they get a dishonorable discharge. Okay? So am I stolen valor or a washout or, some kind of incompetent piece of shit? No, I'm not.
Do you get a dishonourable discharge if you're a washout?
No.
I thought you have to actually break the. Like my brother got a dishonourable
Yeah.
discharge because
Hey,
he
what's
got
up,
caught.
Raccoon Man?
Hello, Raccoon Man.
What's up, Raccoon Man?
Yeah, my brother got a
I'm glad to
dishonourable
see you back,
discharge
buddy.
because he got caught with cannabis, basically.
Hey,
Got put-
Raccoon Man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If I pissed you off, if you want to make fun of me going to Leesville and shit like that, I don't care, buddy. You know, you never did anything. I was going through a lot. I was, you know, I didn't mean to run you off, and you know, because you know you are you, you know, you're you know, Raccoon Man and stuff, and yeah, you're a nice guy, and I didn't mean to like. Anyway, I'm not trying to get all, you know, but
Hey, Mop.
oh yeah, Robbie. Oh, you've got Polston too. Did you watch the? I put the video. I gave you that Robbie one Polston. Robbie's, folks. That's not Robbie. Did not get, folks. I want to tell you right now, Robbie did not get an operation, folks. That's not Robbie in makeup, you know. But I'm just letting you know that's not Robbie. What's up, Mop? But like, look, when, jeez, I didn't mean it. I was on a fucking when Von Helton talks about a discharge, a general under honorable discharge. Okay, that's not a dishonorable discharge. It's like a non-judicial, in one form or another, you and the Army are agreeing, basically, good luck in your future endeavors. We're not meant to be, you know, something's, you know, you know, because they don't want to like ruin your life. Right, you know what I mean?
Is it like a participation trophy?
Yeah, well, not even that. You know, you don't get benefits. You know, you get this and stuff. You're not, you know, you're not a convicted felon. You know, you didn't commit any crimes per se. It's non-judicial. Mm-hmm. Please stop talking about Vaughn and discharge, please.
Yeah, I must admit, when you said when you talk about Vaughn's discharge, I thought, blah.
But see, no, the thing is, when Vaughn talks about, you know,
leaving the Army,
how he left the Army, okay, that's not a bad thing. That's not, nobody's telling him that he got a dishonorable discharge. People have been telling him for the longest time that a general under honorable is not an honorable discharge. It is a general under honorable conditions. There's a difference. Okay? And that would include benefits, you know, and the RE3 thing. Okay? Now, I was in the Army before Stinky and after Stinky got out. I was in the Army. Okay?
Uh-huh.
It's a conditional discharge. Thank you. Oh, God. Polly, we're trying not to use that word. And I've tried to, and there's a few people, and I'm going to tell you why I know this, folks. You know, and I don't tell a lot of people, but this is how stupid Von Helton really fucking is, right? And a lot of people have known that I'm an honest guy, right? Hey, Grampy Lobster, how the fuck do you know? Well, I probably lived a lot of that shit. Like doing stupid things in my life, okay? Now, when I was in the Army, okay, I'm 85, okay? I'm 85 pretty quick. I have no fucking idea how I did it, okay? I went up rank and stuff like that. I wasn't a very mature person. In the end, call it what it was, I ended up getting busted because I was, you know, I always tell people I learned how to drink, do drugs, excess, a lot of stuff. I wasn't, very seldom was ever like, you know, a super soldier. I didn't mean it like that. I'm not a Holly Bagley.
Yeah.
But I was never, I was just a guy. I went up, I was in the artillery, and when whatever, I went to PNOC and BNOC anyway. But so I ended up going up the rank and going into certain places. Turn out, depending on where you're at, it turns out that and who you're with, like I talk about my first wife, and which is one reason too. I was in a really bad place in my life. First marriage blew up. I was in a place where shit was just. That's why I talk about Fort Polk. Fort Polk and me did not get along. I got a general under honorable condition. I was an RE3. Okay, I was an RE3 back in '84. Right. I wanted out. I got out. I did what I had to do to get the fuck out. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't tell people that. People, because like I said, I'm not a, go America or whatever like that. I've got respect for the military. For a long time, I wanted nothing to do with the military. I didn't even get into the VA system till, 2008. Okay.
Yeah.
Out of necessity. Okay. I'm not one of these, it was a part of my life. A lot of people over the years. Okay. When I, later on in life, okay, I checked out, right? Somebody says, hey, you ought to check out the VA. I had never even thought of it because I got a general discharge, I thought, which I did. But when I went to the VA, I got benefits, right?
Yeah.
And on my DD-214, it says RE3, okay? It basically, you can go back in, but you need a waiver. Because at one point, I actually considered, a few years later, when I, was I don't know, going to be married and stuff like that and didn't have a job, I considered going back in, and we went and talked to the guy, and I would have gone back to the same, I would have had to go back into the artillery, and it wasn't a good time for me. I was still, I was a dumb fuck.
Well,
I have,
been
I tell
there, done
people, I'm
that.
like, who thought it was a good idea to put me in charge? And I don't mean that to make myself sound stupid, but sometimes when you look back, you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
God, who thought this was a good idea? And, or how the fuck did this happen? So not being equipped for things like that. I mean, I knew my job, right?
Yeah.
I could do my job and everything, but especially when I got to like Louisiana, everybody that was there still, I was a young NCO. The majority of the NCOs were like Vietnam vets still, because there were still a lot of those around, right? Or what they called the shake and bakes, the ones that got in right at the end of Vietnam, and they were shake and bake NCOs, and those were the real dickheads.
Oh,
But
right, yeah.
you get in certain places, and if someone doesn't like you, there are, and like when Von Helton talks about a certain sergeant that didn't like him. Hey, I have those. Everybody's had those.
Oh, everybody, yeah.
There's somebody that you meet, right? I think a lot of people have had people in their life. They've met somebody that just didn't. Yes, I did get that video. There's somebody in your life that just doesn't fucking like you, right? And they let you know it. And it's not an excuse, but they're waiting for you to fuck up, and eventually you're gonna fuck up, because anyway. But and that's not blaming people or anything like that, but. And then, like I said, first wife, I've never said anything nice about my first wife. But every time I play Monopoly and land on Community Chest, I think of her. But yeah, and that was a lot of it. But still, it was the fact that I was not equipped mentally. I don't know. So... Yeah, but I tried to explain this to Stinky. There's an old interview where me and I hate to bring this person up, but Look-a-Pig, we're talking to Von Helton, right? And we got him to stop, okay? And I was trying to explain to him, because I was going to tell him back then, right? I was gonna like, you know how I know about an RE3 because I'm an RE3 myself, and there's been a few other people that have put that out there before. It's not a bad thing. I did things in the Army that, I mean, I was never no hero or nothing like that. Let me tell you, but you know, I had some experiences that were anecdotal, you know, or you talk about like I talk about the crazy shit in the barracks, you know, or because a lot of things that people who have never lived in a barrack situation, if you've been in a dormitory situation, you still don't understand the barracks.
Okay, yeah.
You
I've
know,
heard that.
I'm not kidding you. It's crazy. But I don't know. I just don't.
I mean, there's no shame in joining the army, and
No,
then
no, and
one
I
way or
never.
the other, you
Yeah,
discover it's just not for you. You know,
yeah,
it's
and I've never, you know, I've never. I mean, I got out. I went in. I got it. I was an E5. I was an E5 promotable, which meant, and I was actually on levy to go back to Germany because I was going to be promoted to E6 when I got busted. Well, that was the beginning of. Well, that was like. Well, that was pretty much the end of like everything. But yeah, that's when I was like, you know, I'm fucked, you know. And I, yeah, I got out, you know, and
Yeah.
I didn't run off or anything like that. I just did a few stupid things and made an ass out of myself. And finally, they were like, "Thank you, Von Helton, for your service to our country, a true war hero." Gregory Stephen, it is always a pleasure to see you. Gotta tell you, and I've, you know, I don't like I said before. Von Helton started talking about, yeah, you can join the conversation, Paulie, if you want. Here's the link. But you know, and that's the thing, you know. I don't like. I never really talked about the only time a lot of people even knew that. You know, I was even in the military before Stinky started talking about being a Cold War hero, a Cold War veteran. That was a joke to a lot of us, right? Was
Oh God, yeah.
yeah, because people would say, because like I said, what's up, Paulie? I went in post Vietnam, okay, and
Thankfully, to be honest.
yeah, I missed the draft by a few years. You know, the whole Vietnam thing had ended a couple years earlier. So it, like I said, it wasn't popular to be in the army back then still because people remembered Vietnam, and things like that. But he just, I don't know, his portrayal of what the army was, or where he was or what he did is just beyond. It's
Well,
not
good
even.
day, beautiful people.
Hey, what's
Hello,
up, Paul?
Polly.
How y'all doing?
Doing
Hey.
good yourself?
I'm all
Doing
right.
good.
Hey, look, I've weighed in on this a couple of times. I'll be brief.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of explain to people that may not be familiar with the military how this works. Okay. So imagine, if you will, that discharges are graded. Okay. So, like the best discharge versus the worst discharge. The common understanding is that there's 5 types of discharges, right? So you'll have an honorable discharge. Under honorable conditions is the second one. The third one would be other than honorable, another conditional discharge, like a bad conduct discharge or a dishonorable discharge, right? So on your DD 214 or your separation.
Oh, he also said medical discharges are dishonorable.
No, they're not.
Oh, fucking hell.
I know.
I'm medically discharged, and my DD 214 does not say anything about conditionable. It just says honorable discharge. That's it. But I was like, my separation code is TDRL, which is a very uncommon separation code. It means temporary disabled retiree leave, but that's my separation code. So nevertheless, I would argue that there's actually 6 different types, because a medical discharge can mean any of those things, right? Typically it's going to be honorable. I mean, unless somebody was a fuck up and like got in a drunk driving accident and now they're disabled, right? So, but I would argue that there's a 6th, and this is a recent thing that's happened in the past 20 years or so. And it's called an ELD, or entry level discharge. This only happens to military personnel that are within 180 days of their initial enlistment. So, like, say for instance, within 6 months, like you're just out of basic,
Paulie,
people
you're
like
trying to
Helton,
confuse me.
right? But he was at 9 months. So, but here's the thing that we need to take away from this: separation codes and reenlistment codes never change. They never change. From the moment they are named, they are never changed, ever. So a JHJ will always be JHJ. Now, don't get me wrong; they may make a JHK, right, which is a type of JHJ. Now, JHJ
Is
was
this like algebra?
yeah, basically it is like numbers that letters that mean
That's
shit,
what
right?
long division and algebra. When they start
No,
putting
darling.
letters in math, I was totally fucked.
Well, you know how this works, buddy. You live the life, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So there's 4 reenlistment codes, basic. Okay, so RE1 through RE4. RE4 means you cannot fucking get in the military no matter what. It's the most unfavorable. Typically, this happens after like office hours or after some sort of court martial, right? Same thing with a dishonorable discharge or a bad conduct discharge. The only way you get those two is if you go through office hours or some sort of court martial. So in RE1, reenlistment, no problem. RE2 and RE3 require waivers. I as well am in an RE3 because I was medically discharged out. It would require a waiver to say I'm not blind anymore. Right. So anyway, that's the long and short.
Yeah, mine actually they pin it when you get like when a lot of times when the Army and you decide pretty much under mutual circumstances, I guess you could say, that you need to part ways, right? Mine was unsatisfactory performance for a period of a certain amount of time because I just refused to go to work. And I sat in the barracks, basically. I went on, whatever you want to call it. And they finally went, oh, okay, we get it. Nothing bad. I just, and so I was out pretty quick, the guy, because, I wasn't an NCO anymore and everything. And I had been transferred and, just, anyway, but, no, it depends on where you go, So getting an RE3, when you're in the military, sometimes you're kind. You could be a good person, you a good soldier, should say it, whatever the fuck. But sometimes when you get people that are just dickheads, they can. Yeah, fake can form a military life. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah, I pretty much went in that direction there, Raccoon Man. Okay, who's this? Benjamina? Hello? But anyway, let's, hello, Benjamina?
Jesus, man, go to Newegg and get a damn microphone. Get a camera.
Yeah, man.
$10 on Newegg. Duh.
I know. Duh.
Maybe
people like that do not get a general discharge. They get a dishonorable discharge.
Hey,
okay.
Rue.
Ron Helton got out on a medical. Okay, well, that's a dishonorable discharge too.
No, it's not.
That's not a general discharge. Medical is not a general discharge. It's dishonorable.
No, it's a medical discharge.
Okay.
A medical discharge. It's a medical
well, at least you
discharge.
Did back in the 80s. Now I can't.
The clue's in the word. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
See, this is where he goes. Oh, this is the way they did it back in the 80s. Okay. He was in the Army for 9 fucking months. Okay, Paulie bumped out. How you doing, Benjamina? But he was in the Army for, what, 9 months, you know? Oh, he's got to go. You know, they haven't changed anything, you know? Whether you, and that's okay, you know? He gets, you know what, I was in the Army for a while. You know, it wasn't for me. You know, if he would say, you know, I decided to, you know, somehow become some sort of soldier of fortune or something without including some sort of government military service or some shit, because he was the Punisher. If he would have stuck with that, a lot of people would have been, you know, okay, fine. He thinks he's Frank Castle. But he claims that him and people like him are the reason we're not speaking Russian. Benjamina, you gonna? Oh, I didn't. Benjamina decided to go bye-bye. But anyway, folks, we're not done yet.
Oh, perhaps
Can't say what the military does today because it's been what fucking 50 years, almost, you know, or 30 at least. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing today. They may have totally changed everything today.
No,
but back when I was in, if you got a medical, that's dishonorable. You didn't get a general discharge for a medical. No, you got dishonorable.
No, if you got a medical discharge, that you know.
Back in my day, I don't know what they're doing today. Don't care. None of my business. But back in my day, yeah, medical would have been
about having a medical issue, you twat.
But they didn't get me on a medical anyway. According to these trolls, I was dishonorably discharged. According to these trolls, I was kicked out.
No, nobody said he was dishonorably discharged. You don't have to be basically, quote unquote, kicked out of the fuck. You can call it what you want. Discharged, kicked out, booted, good luck with your future endeavors.
So thanks, but no thanks, basically.
Yeah. Bye-bye. You know, get the fuck out. Here's a bus ticket. You know, he would have been a space marine. Yeah.
I was just reading that.
Oh, God. Yeah, I remember the space Baghdad Barb. How you doing, Baghdad Barb?
Hanging in. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working, Bob. How you doing there, Baghdad Bob?
Yeah, I couldn't get my headset to work. I don't know what's going on. I had to rejoin. Couldn't find my Benjamina picture either. I was like, fuck it. I guess I'll be Baghdad Barb.
So what's everything about this video? I'm serious. This was the video that broke me, and I'd like to thank Father Judgment, Charlie. Because just the way he was talking, you know, and like I said, I have never claimed to be, and I tell people flat out, I was not always a good soldier. I learned to do drugs and, you know, so I never claimed to do, but I had some fun in the Army. I mean, I got some good training, but still, you know, but Stinky, 9 months, man, and he's the reason we're not speaking Russian. He's got that Putin connection. You know what I'm saying?
You motherfuckers keep making jokes. He sang Blueberry Hill, and then like a week later, Putin sang Blueberry Hill. I mean, obviously, he's watching Vaughn.
Well, you know, there's that Steven Crowder connection now too. So.
What?
Yeah, he goes. See, Vaughn used to come on at 6. You didn't hear the beginning of this. See, Steven Crowder Vaughn used to go on at 6, but Steven Crowder started going on at 6. So Vaughn started going on at 5:30. So Steven Crowder started going on at 5:30. So Vaughn started saying, "Oh wow!" So Vaughn started going on at 5, and then Steven Crowder started coming on at 5. So Vaughn was starting this one earlier than that, just to show Steven Crowder, you know, yeah. Because remember, he does predate Alex Jones and.
Yeah, he was reading in the secret library of Alexandretta when he was 6.
Mm-hmm. He, I mean, he read Othello. You know, when he was, I think, 8.
He was Othello. He used to be black.
I believe that. That's, I mean, what has it Stinky done, you know? But yeah, this video just, it
military.
is,
well, kicked out of the military is dishonorable discharge, and I don't have one of those. I
No,
have a
it's
general
not.
discharge under honorable conditions. That's what it says.
Exactly.
Under.
Right.
Under.
Exactly. And that's what I have. I have exactly the same fucking thing. I'm an RE3, right? At that particular moment, it was best for me to get the fuck out of the Army, right? I could have, like, kept on going and ended up in jail and gotten a dishonorable if I wanted to be a dick.
Yeah.
But it was time for me to leave. And a lot of people fucking do that, you know?
Mm.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's, you know, and depending on what you want. But like I said, when I went to the VA, they haven't. I mean, I did little or nothing to have mine change from a general under honorable to an honorable discharge to get VA benefits because I didn't really do anything wrong. You know what I mean? Or I was something, I don't know. So I was trying to explain. Me and Look a Pig were trying to explain to him that time, and then he left. You know, because we had gotten him calmed down, right? And this was, oh God, this was 4 years ago or something like that, because he was talking about how, they only give you 6 months, you know, before it change, you know, or
like what kind of a massive fuck up do you have to be to not even make it 6 months? Like, wasn't it like 8 months he made it total?
9.
9. Okay, so boot camp is what? I know the Marines had the longest one.
Boot camp. See what Stinky went through. He was, the reason I know this is because my brother went through the same thing, and it's pretty. It's 12 weeks of basic and AIT.
It's 3 months, so
Right,
3 months
yeah.
of that, right? And Army's boot camp, from what I understand, and you know maybe it's different now, but their boot camp is one of the tougher ones. The only one that's tougher is the Marines. That's my brother was in the Air Force. He said it was a joke. He said you just mainly stood around and read your little book.
Yeah.
But that's my understanding of it.
It's a lot of discipline, stuff like that. Yeah, but even at what he went at 82 or something, they.
All I'm saying is that as long as you weren't crippled, you could make it through. That's the impression I got. Especially if you have any athletic ability at all, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And he made it through that, right?
Yeah, they were trying. See, at that point too, and I'm not saying that everybody that went through, you know, but they were having a hard time getting people in the Army at that point. You know, especially for a lot of different jobs. So I'm not saying that they were taking, you know, special ed kids or nothing like that, but
maybe.
But it was easier. And look, at one point, like I said, when I was an E5, like I said, I wasn't the most equipped person to be in charge of anybody. But I mean, like I said, I knew my job, but you know, just maturely and whatever. But there were some people that, my God, I saw. I don't know, people that should still been seniors in high school, you know, that joined the fucking Army with 16-year-old girlfriends and shit, you know, and it was like, holy crap. But so
it was the 80s, man. You could fuck 14-year-olds in the 80s. Look, I don't know how it is now, but when but in the 80s, you could have a 14-year-old pen pal girlfriend. Yeah. That's how it was.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in Kentucky, even
listen, I live my life like it's 1982 perpetually. You understand?
Yeah.
Kelly, I was gonna be her father. I was gonna take care of her. Then I was gonna fuck her in that order.
Yeah, we had. Oh my God, we had guys. I'm not kidding. We had guys. I'm serious. We're like 17 years old. They should be in the barracks and stuff, but they get married and they got babies and their girlfriend's like their wife is like 16 years old, right? And you become a lot of times, at least back then, I guess, their caretaker or you're responsible for them. So now if this guy goes around beating his wife and everything, you're the guy that gets to go take care of it. If he ends up in jail, you get to go. If his wife calls, you know, you're kind of a babysitter thing, you know.
I know.
You gotta go to their house to make sure that they've got milk, you know, for the baby, and make sure they've got, you know, all this crap. and these people, like, I was like, God, these should be in high school. I mean, at least I got through high school, But they would take a lot of people for these jobs that I don't know.
I know here we had a Navy base, and the seamen, right, were notorious for fucking for banging teenagers. Like that was a regular thing. Like
oh yeah,
all the time.
Yep. Yeah, because they think they can get away with it on base and.
Well, technically they were just around a lot, right? Because that Navy base was pretty big. It still exists. It's just been decommissioned. Like a whole town grew around it. Like it was a Navy little town, and it was right, 12 miles north of Memphis. So obviously they would go wherever, right? They'd go to the clubs downtown and stuff. But it shut down like right when I became 18, 19 is when they shut it. They didn't shut it down. It's not all the way gone, but it's radically reduced in how many Navy people are there. But it used to be covered. Like you go to Millington, it'd be we called them squids. It'd be squids everywhere.
Oh yeah, I remember squid. I come from a Navy family, but I remember I didn't understand what it was meant, but even when I was a kid, there was always a thing, because my mother would say like certain ladies would be out at the club or at the clubs or something. They didn't call it. Enlisted Sailors Club. I forgot. It was the on-base club for the enlisted men or something like that. And where is boot camp 6 weeks? But anyway, and I never that response that never clicked with me about what was actually going on until I was in the Army. And you could always tell a lot of times, like when certain units like were out in the field. You would see different cars, like at the NCO club, or you could always tell whose unit was in the field by whose cars were in the parking lot, because not all of them, but there was a lot of wives that would,
visit other officers.
Not to say that they were cheating or anything like that. Everybody's out to have a good time. But thanks a lot for coming in there, Prince Andrew. But we're not done with Stinky. I mean, he's gone totally stupid. I mean,
says on my DD-214. Isn't it funny how whenever the trolls bring up my military service, they never mention that I get a general discharge under honorable conditions.
Yes, they do.
That's literally what we.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's how I know. That's how I know you got under dishonorably discharged, because the trolls fucking told me.
I mean, feel free for anyone. I know there's people in the comments that were actually in the Army and stuff. Feel free to correct me here, but my understanding is, I know Grandpa, you talked about it a little bit a minute ago, that like when he was in, it was way easier to get in and way harder to get kicked out.
Oh yeah.
So like in other words, like he couldn't, like if you transformed 20-year-old Irv to 2004, he ain't even gonna make it in. Like he's not even gonna make it.
No,
I just love that that you would think that this would be something he goes out of his way to kind of hide, but he doesn't. Man, he thinks he's a big deal because he did he didn't even do a year. Like he didn't even do a year. Like what is wrong with you? Why would you think that's a victory?
From the day he went in till the day he got out was like 9 months.
That's what I'm saying. And then, we talked to the Frost. We know what happened. He fucking left the base. Because they were bullying him, and he was a short order cook in some dive fucking greasy spoon gridiron restaurant, and that's where his mommy found him. You know what I mean? Like that's the reality. He was like, "Nah, I'm leaving. You guys are mean." And fucking his mommy came and got him.
Well,
I mean, which to be honest, I could understand. That's probably how I would react if I.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Well, he said it in the past that there was a Staff Sergeant Ward that bullied him and harassed him.
Yep.
So I mean, in other words, he yelled at him. My interpretation of being in the Army is that there's somebody yelling at you always, right? Like,
that's why I never joined.
Maybe that's incorrect on my part.
A lot of times, like where I was, it wasn't like that with everything, but there were certain people. Yeah, there was always somebody, that was just.
That's and it was also told that once you get you go to your permanent duty or whatever, it's
Yeah.
more laid back usually, so long as you're not a fuck up. You know what I mean? As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do, you don't get people screaming at you all day long.
Depends on what job you have and who's in charge of you.
Well, yeah, I would imagine. I mean, that's true for any job, right? Sometimes you just have a dick
'cause
manager.
I've had some. I had like cool second chiefs. I had one that was really crazy. And I had some that were like just dickheads because they could be,
Yeah.
And
My
those
dad.
are the one.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh.
I was saying my dad knew a lot of crazy people in the army, but that's because he was a psychiatric nurse.
Yeah. But
In the army.
his whole thing, I mean, I don't know anybody else that carries his. He used to carry. I don't know if he still does, but he used to carry his DD-214 in his wallet. And there's only one reason why somebody like him would do that, was because he likes to go around on Veterans Day and get free meals, or get a discount or some shit,
Yeah.
Because somehow he was important, but his whole persona that he was actually something.
It's a joke. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, but it's like who does he honestly think he's talking to?
See, even if you tried to float the idea that a medical was a general, it still wouldn't be under honorable conditions. See that little part there, under honorable conditions, kind of throws a monkey wrench in the whole goddamn thing, now doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Because if it was just a general discharge, well, any motherfucker could get one of them, right? But it doesn't say that. It says general discharge under honorable conditions.
Bullshit.
Not everybody's got one of them. Everybody a whole shitload of people on the planet have a general discharge. But how many of them have a general discharge under honorable conditions? Not very many, I don't suspect. Now, like I said, it's a new army out there. It's been 30 fucking years since I've been in the military. Things have changed, I'm sure.
Look, look, there's a lot of people that don't get honorable discharges that aren't bad people and stuff like that. Like I said, wrong place, wrong time, stuff like that. You haven't run, they can't put you in jail for anything. You didn't break the law, because that's, when you get a dishonorable discharge, that's not, you've committed a crime. If I'm, more or less, there's a court martial involved. You've done something. It's beyond, an Article 15, or a counseling statement, or verbal warnings, and it's beyond, battalion, whatever the fuck. That it's like when you commit a crime,
Yeah. So the only person that I know who had a dishonorable discharge got caught with cannabis.
Yeah. Some people that get did they get should have gotten usually got a general, depending on how they got caught.
Well, this would have been the British Army, and it would have been in the how old am I?
I don't know how old.
Late 70s, early 80s? No, not probably in the early 80s, I would say. Possibly.
That wasn't. Yeah, that was back when they started. Yeah, that's about the early 80s.
Yeah, he was put in the clink or whatever you call the army.
And a lot of times it depends. Like
had to clean this floor with a toothbrush and then got thrown out with a dishonorable discharge. Basically, I mean,
sometimes it depended on who you were. I mean, where you were at and who was actually in charge of your extra duty or things like that. But what's up, Air Raccoon Man?
I was going to just say he's trying to cover his ass and have it both ways. Now, I don't know about the Army, but in the Navy, you didn't fuck up and you didn't piss anybody off above you. You can get out pretty easy with a RE1 if you never got in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty much gift to you. Yeah. But you can piss off superior officer or superior NCO and they can fucking make anything up and ride your ass out.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
that what Vaughn got is what they call a non-judicial judgment.
Yep.
He was released under administrative discharge due
Yep.
to his poor performance and would not conform to military way of life. That basically he was just a step above a dishonorable discharge. He didn't do a criminal act, but he was a
Right.
fuck up.
Well, you know what? Honestly, in so many words, that was pretty much my discharge, because I just refused
To play the game.
Yeah, I was like, not doing it today, right?
I had a friend do the same thing. He got
Yeah.
the same discharge.
You know, it wasn't.
You go
Somebody.
You go before your CO, your command CO, and your medical officer, and they'll write it up and say, you know, this dude's got issues. We don't want to fuck the rest of his life up, so we're gonna give him administrative discharge under less than honorable.
Yeah, and when he talked, when Stinky talks about, you know, being in the office with the captain, you know, and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I've been on both sides. Okay, I've been a guy in the line that was watching somebody's army career not maybe get destroyed, but something was happening. He was getting some sort of Article 50. He was, you know, and when they do that, by the time it gets to the quote unquote captain, you know, you've got everybody before that you would have had to go through in the office, including your section chief, okay? Which at the time I was before that, I'd had a few guys, I'd spent a few times in that line with, you know, people that, you know, I had. But, so I knew that end of it. I know what had gone on. I know what is fucking said. I know how many times I got chewed out that same day because everybody below you, everybody above you gets to chew you out, you know. So by the time it gets down to like your level of the quote unquote chain of command, because it's all there, you've had your ass chewed out. You're sick and tired of the situation. You're pissed off and everything. So, and I've been, like I said, I've been that guy in the end, you know, with the captain telling me and everybody that, you know, this is the end, and he's telling me, and there was none of this, hey, Captain, I gotta tell you, there's a war coming on, or some shit. I was not a popular man in that. I shut the fuck up and listened to what they said and got through it. There was no mouthing off. There was no, this is my army, you know, type shit. You know, they weren't, you know, Stinky claims that the one sergeant or somebody says, I want you out of my army. I heard the same fucking thing, right? I did, right? And that kind of hurt, you know, it did. But you know what? I had to stand there and take it, okay? Because I was getting out of the army. I was getting what I wanted. But I was still in the, you know, they were going to get their dig and stuff like that. But I was going to be gone in like probably a day or two.
Yep.
Okay.
They wanted their pound of meat out of you, Grandpa.
Yeah.
That's all.
So yeah, I got it and everything. I would have never stood there and go, it's not my army. My grandfather was in the military and my Civil War ancestors fought and died at Pearl Harbor or some shit. I don't fucking know. You know, none of that shit fucking happened. If he tried to do that, there's a good chance, you know, I don't know.
Didn't he do something like claim he went to his captain and said, if I don't get to see some action,
yeah, exactly.
then I want to transfer or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's
you
like,
don't just go to they go, it takes 6 months to a year. Yeah, that's you put yourself, you know, once you're in an area for so long, they used to call it, I guess, putting yourself on levy or something. You put yourself up. So, like a lot of people would go, you know, like I had put myself on levy for Germany, right? So when there was a job thing and for a specific, you know, like that, I was on a list or whatever like that. But you can do that, and who knows how long that can take. It takes usually, at least a year for anything to happen because you're transferring everything. You know what I mean? And you've got to like predict and you know. But anyway, he made it sound like he could just. Well, there's a job opening over here. I just don't understand why they just don't move me over there because that's where I want to be, and I want to be where the action is, and you know, people like that. He probably went in the army going, "I want to shoot guns." You know, I want. He probably thought it was some sort of, you know, action hero. Fucking every day he was gonna be riding around in a tank, shooting people and you know,
saving the U.S. from communism.
exactly. You know, guarding the borders and shit. You know, and
I'd like to say something.
what's
I
that?
joined and went straight into a. We had at that time a secret war going on with Iran, and I was involved with that, and it was the real deal. I was, you know, I had 2 years combat, and Stinky, I can tell you now, if he couldn't hack it, just having people tell him things, he'd have never made it to the front to do anything.
Well,
we wouldn't trust a son of a bitch like that. More than likely, we'd have shot him and thrown him overboard.
Raccoon Man, the one thing you don't understand. How you doing, Christina Blackfeather? One thing you don't understand, and nice to Threp Wood, that, and he's going to get into this too. His predictions, folks. I don't look. Let's we can keep talking about what's going to happen to this because it folks.
I'll tell y'all
maybe even the meaning of RE3 and JHJ has changed. I don't know, and I don't give a flying fuck. What I do know is that I'm the one that lived this life, not a bunch of fucking YouTube trolls. And I got my thing down there. There we go. But I'm the one that lived this life. The trolls on YouTube do not know me. They've never met me. They've never been in my house. They don't know anything. You know, it's just like they keep calling CPS, telling them my house is a mess. And of course, CPS is all too eager to agree because they get paid thousands of dollars to steal people's children. So they're going to agree, you know, but is my house really that destroyed? Well, you've seen a video just recently in my house. Is it that big of a mess? No. No, I bought a few boxes off Amazon and eBay of toilet paper and paper towels. Whoopty shit. Oh my God. Well, that's just so.
Who buys toilet paper from eBay?
Pre-loved, is it? That's the new term for you. That's the new term for used, isn't it? Pre-loved.
I understand Amazon. You can buy anything at Amazon. There's people get their groceries delivered, but just paper towels. Sure, I need 20 rolls of paper towels, man. But I don't know.
Scary, right? You know, but yeah, man. Once again, trolls. People that are washouts don't get this. People that are stolen valor don't get this. Okay? Official U.S. Army letterhead, motherfuckers. Okay. So if a troll really did get this for me, they're the stupidest motherfucker on the planet because this totally shoots down their whole paradigm of me being a stolen valor or washout or whatever the fuck, throwing kittens over cliffs and shit like that, whatever fucking flavor of the day they're coming up with. Yeah, the stolen valor and washouts do not get accolades from the military. Okay, they just don't.
I can join that.
You don't get accolades from the military. And like I said, there's some stuff in here that I'm not going to reveal what it is. Let's just put it this way. I'm not stolen valor and I'm not a washout. Okay.
Good for you.
All right. Like I said, my discharge says general under honorable conditions. It doesn't just say general discharge. I didn't get just a general discharge. I got a general discharge under honorable conditions. That's important. That's an important distinction, folks. Stop listening to these fucks on YouTube.
I want to know
get you put in jail if you do, because I suspect.
I want to know the person. I want to know the person who is claiming that Stinky got a dishonorable discharge.
I've never
I
heard
can't
anyone
think
say
of one person that has ever claimed that Von Helton got a I mean, maybe somebody screaming at troll, like, hey, what's up, Maggie?
I've never heard anyone say it.
Yeah,
as the beach says, just take that letter and show it to the VA. Get your diabetes sorted out, then, Von. That's easy enough.
Yeah, well,
that's what a real DD-214 looks like. What I flashed mine.
Yeah, no, I know.
And the thing is, Von's so full of shit. He he got kicked out on administrative discharge under less than honorable, and it's called a general discharge.
Yeah.
You got honorable, general,
Right.
and dishonorable. There's no others in there.
Yeah.
And he's trying to fucking weave it to make it look like he was a good guy, but he really was just a fuck up. And he, nobody wanted to work with him, so they give him hell and run him off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for whatever reason, that's how he got out, and
yeah.
If that was the end of it, because that's fine, but it's what he claims. Like I said, you get an RE3 because if you get an RE3, if you get a general under honorable and you get an RE3, which is what I got, okay?
Yeah.
You are in no position to do anything but say thank you for a bus ticket home, okay? Because they don't want to talk to you. They're not.
They don't owe you nothing.
They
either.
don't owe you nothing. You
you failed to meet your contract.
Yeah, and that's but that's the end of it. They're not going to come up to you and say, hey, you should be in. Oh, and he thinks that everybody that got out of the army. See, this is the whole thing. Everybody that gets out of the army. See, he doesn't understand it gets
Any of
better,
them go to prison
folks.
over what they've done to Andrea, over what they've done to my children, because they've literally put my children in real imminent danger. These trolls on YouTube found the county that had the highest concentration of COVID. They told Clay County CPS, Clay County, Kentucky CPS, what that county was and where to put the kids, and Clay County CPS put the kids there. The highest concentration of COVID.
Yeah.
The highest concentration of COVID in the entire state of Kentucky. There's no way that's an accident. There's no way that's a coincidence. There's no way that's random chance. That was willfully and deliberately done with malice.
With malice.
Okay? All right? There's no fucking way that was
Remember,
random
he
chance.
took real estate. Folks.
You understand me? Okay, so now whatever YouTube trolls are responsible for telling CPS where to place my children, that's 3 counts of child endangerment. And that's 3 counts of attempted murder because COVID kills children.
No, it doesn't.
Because their lungs ain't developed.
He also said COVID
attacks the lungs and the bronchial tubes. And it kills children because children's lungs ain't developed.
It doesn't kill children.
Listen,
I mean, I'm sure some children have died.
Listen.
Or is
because kids' lungs aren't developed. That's why, remember. Listen.
It's willfully and deliberately done with malice. Okay?
Malice at all.
All right? There's no fucking way that was random chance. You understand me? Okay, so now whatever YouTube trolls are responsible for telling CPS where to place my children, that's 3 counts of child endangerment, and that's 3 counts of attempted murder because COVID kills children. Because their lungs ain't developed. All right? COVID attacks the lungs and the bronchial tubes. And it kills children because children's lungs ain't developed yet, ain't fully developed yet. And so it kills them. So, as far as I'm concerned, the 3 charges of child endangerment, that's a lock, okay? That's definite. That's something they're definitely and that's like 25 to life, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. That's a lock. But the 3 counts of attempted murder may also be on there as well, because when you specifically place children in the hopes that they will catch COVID and die, that is attempted murder. That is a form of attempted murder. Now, the courts may not see it that way. I sure as fuck see it that way, but the courts may not. However, the 3 counts of child endangerment, that's a lock. That is a stick. That is not, they're not going to get out of that one. So whatever YouTube trolls are aiding and abetting Clay County, Kentucky CPS, they go to jail right along with Clay County CPS. Because if the federal court finds that these children were indeed put in a place where they could catch COVID and die, that's 3 counts of attempted murder right there, and it will stick. Now, like I said, I'm not a federal judge because I'm not. But now I'm telling you, whoever's doing this shit, you're in deep shit. You don't know it yet, but you're in deep shit. And I assure you. Oh, and let's not forget, folks, the IRS is investigating the troll or trolls who told Andrea to draw money off of these kids at the end of the year, because that is a felony as well.
Yeah, that's what you do.
He's wanting that child support money back. That's all he wants.
No, he doesn't want to
Yeah.
pay it at all. He
Or
doesn't-
trolls told Andrea to draw off these kids when it was illegal to do so. The IRS says they are investigating. H&R Block is investigating.
Wow.
And unlike me, who is poor, H&R Block and the IRS are not poor, and they have plenty of lawyers. So whoever told Andrea to commit a felony, your ass is in a sling, whoever you are, or a group of whoever you are. I hope it's all of you. I hope you all had a hand in that shit, so every one of you motherfuckers can go to prison. But yeah, the IRS and the H&R Block both told me to my face that they are investigating whoever told Andrea to illegally file on these children at the end of the year, because she's not allowed. She is not allowed. That's a felony. Now, Andrea is not going to go to jail because she's criminally insane. She has 5 different mental problems. Okay, she's not going to jail. However, the trolls that aided and abetted her, the trolls that encouraged her to do it, they committed a felony and they will go to prison. The IRS assured me of that. Assured me, because I asked I specifically pinned the IRS down. Will these individuals go to prison?
It's just like, what the fuck?
His brain power is amazing, man.
It's crazy because, like, living in a different place. I mean, I haven't met anybody that I'm gonna go, hey, I'm on YouTube and shit like that, and that's not my, but because it's not. But trying to explain him to anybody, and like I said, when I would go to the VA, I would like show Von Helton videos sometimes, like when he's talking about Cold War stuff and everything, to somebody that like look like they might have a sense of humor. Not to everybody, but trying to explain him to like somebody that, I mean, my wife knows I've been doing Von Helton videos for as long as I've been doing them because but she just. Even with her, it's trying to explain it, right? She just shakes her head. Anybody else, when you try to explain him, you get this blank look, like
they don't get it.
Yeah, they just don't. And I tell people it's like interactive TV, it's because it's something that you have to follow, even if you have to watch old syndicated shit to catch up. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's.
I tried showing him Grampy, same thing. 9 out of 10 of the people said we were picking on a mentally ill person.
Oh, yeah.
Or he was in a nut ward.
Look, when I first saw Von Helton, right? I thought at first, for a brief time, that the people that were making fun of him I thought they were making fun of like an old guy, like secluded, like pin some, you know what I mean? Like, oh, come on, leave the old guy, And until I realized, what was going on and stuff, then I was like, oh, I get it. And you understand that pretty quick, but.
I was the same way when I come across you and started watching your videos and this ongoing battle to the death with Von Helton. It's a death match. At first, I was highly suspicious because a lot of people do a work, right, Grampy? It's a work. It's a good guy, bad guy wrestling thing, and it gets people sucked into watching it. And I thought maybe both of y'all were on the same side, but y'all were doing a play or work.
Oh, no.
No. I found out later he was truly that stupid.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't act
really,
that.
He hates me, and he hates
the only person that hates you worse than him is Schemo, man.
Well, Michelle Best.
Oh, she's a number one. That's a psycho there.
Yeah.
She got access to an 18-wheeler, Grampy. I keep my location hid.
I know. Let's not make any jokes about explosions or anything like that.
No. Okay. But I could see a psycho clown in a fucking Peterbilt coming through fucking downtown looking for him.
Oh my God, I was sitting outside the other day, right? And I was looking up, I was like, yeah, that's a pretty big building. I mean, it's not a giant building. But it's, and then I had that thought. Literally, I'm like, holy shit! And I thought of a certain building that had Oklahoma City one, and I was like, man, that would be a fucked up thing like that. So I briefly had that, but I was like, no, that's
No, he would be the type. He would just find, where you're at and try to pin down your routine, and he'd sneak up behind you. He'd be one of them type. Just you turned around and he'd be right there.
Yeah,
Well, if he
Because he's
actually
a
left his house.
nutcase. He's a real nutcase.
Yeah, you're assuming.
Oh,
that
yeah.
you're assuming that I leave my house.
No, sorry, I meant. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant Vaughn. I was.
Oh, Vaughn? No, we're talking about Michelle Best.
Oh, Michelle
she's
Best. Oh,
scary.
she's fucking scary.
I think it's funny.
Yes.
She's really scary.
I think.
Yeah, but she really believes this shit, man.
She thinks
she's got a personal hatred.
She thinks everybody is me.
Oh yeah.
And
she's
like I said, that video I did last night, that longest part, and people go, "Oh yeah, Grampy Lobster and all that."
He watches that.
I watch it. I watch that, and I seldom watch them live because even if I catch it live, I'll go to the beginning. Because I want to see when, hey, I like turtles.
Yeah.
Turtles.
Oh man. I sat back and watched him, and I subbed so I could catch when he come on, and I'd listen to him live, and
and
he has this really, truly obsessive fixation on you. And it's scary in a way because
before me it was a breakfast sandwich. So I think what it was Mikey needed a face, and the whole thing. First, it was the whole McMuffin thing, which I still have to this day have no idea who McMuffin was. I think McMuffin was I don't even know that. I don't know. But I don't know who any of these other like Lobster Love, Son of Lobster. I even told my son was it last week? I think it was. I was talking to my son, and I was like, you know what?
Nobody fed Clone Baby.
Nobody fed Clone Baby. Clone Baby died.
Oh shit!
Clone Baby died.
Holy shit!
We should have never let it live. We knew it. We knew it. We knew.
Grandpa performed a YouTube abortion on Clone Baby.
She had McDiabetes. That was pretty much what it was. I think they got it. It was sad. We all wanted Clone Baby to. Well, we knew it was inevitable, folks. We were just happy for the time that we had with Clone Baby.
We knew he didn't have much time. He had Ivy in his arm with a bag of fucking Coca-Cola going mainline.
Yeah. And
what on earth is this Clone Baby? What have I missed?
Clone Baby. Yeah, it was sad, but I think later on maybe in another show we can all share our memories of taking care of Clone Baby on his short journey on Earth, with us.
He just didn't make it through the move, did he, Grampy?
He almost did, And then he was gonna. When we were moving, I forgot who was in somehow. Clone Baby got hit by a car. Okay. Yeah, Clone Baby was running out in the street and everything. I forgot who was supposed to be watching Clone Baby, and I don't know. Somebody was supposed to be watching Clone Baby. Long story short, Clone Baby got out, got hit by a car, and Yeah, and then what? Oh, Jesus! Then about 6 more cars just ran over him because nobody knew what it was, right? And then finally somebody said, "Oh my God, somebody ran over a dog," and they were like, "No," and they went over, then it was Clone Baby, and Clone Baby was well, we'll miss Clone Baby, folks. You know, he met a violent death, but he had a happy life while he was here until the very end when
He was like Kenny
multiple
on South Park, man.
yeah when
Yeah.
until multiple cars just savagely ended his life, you know. So.
And Grampy don't see too good when he pulled out with the U-Haul. He flattened him out with him one
I
time.
did
At the
not
rear end.
hit Clone Baby with no, I wasn't driving no fucking truck, man. I sat on the fucking windowsill when they brought all this shit in here, man. I had to pay people for that crap, but anyway, folks, we've got more.
Absolutely, Mr. Von Helton, they said. Absolutely. We are investigating. That is a direct quote from the IRS.
Direct
so I hope to
from the
God,
IRS.
I hope to God they get every one of you motherfucking YouTube trolls and throw every fucking one of you in prison.
Every
Because that's where you belong.
That's
where you belong. So I just thought I'd give you fucks a heads up, I mean, just in case, you know, because it's coming. It's coming. The perfect storm is coming for you trolls and haters on YouTube. And later on, it's
Is
coming
it
for YouTube.
really?
And then after that, it's coming for Google. But we can discuss that later. But for right now,
that's right now.
I assure you,
Right now,
because it was told to my face by an IRS agent, we are investigating. And H&R
You're
Block
probably
said they were
investigating
as well.
you, Vaughn.
And they got lawyers out the ass.
Hamburger.
And I hope they round up every one of you motherfuckers and charge every goddamn one of you with a felony and throw every fucking one of you in the Hooskow.
Hey,
that's where you
Big D,
belong.
what's up?
And it should have happened years ago.
Oops.
But hey,
Raccoon
you know,
Man
better late
left.
than never, right, guys?
Oh.
You know, why?
Yeah,
Has anybody ever noticed that Steven Crowder doesn't have haters?
He does.
Where is Steven
I
Crowder's
hate
haters?
him.
Yeah.
Can't seem to find it.
Well, I don't
How
actually
about
hate
Alex
him.
Jones?
I
Where's
can't be
his
bothered,
haters?
but you know.
Yeah.
David,
He makes it sound like nobody else on the internet, nobody else that has a voice, right? Like, where are the Alex Jones haters? Holy shit. There's YouTube channels devoted on
Yes.
fucking with Alex Jones. There's Facebook. There's blogs. There's holy shit. Who the not many people actually like Alex Jones, you know?
Yeah, there's
Same
a
with-
number of left-wing places. They don't just concentrate on like Alex Jones and Crowder, but it's like the Young Turks, the Serfs,
Pappy
Bosch.
loves you too.
You know, a number of people that
Yeah, you know, it's like
that follow what. I mean, they don't like dedicate their entire channel, but they
Yeah.
they certainly when they do something stupid, they're like, oh look what this twat did, basically. So yeah,
But
there's
yeah,
people
he
who don't.
just he tries to put. I'm surprised. Oh my God, what is he? Maybe he could be the next Larry King. I don't know.
can't seem to find them.
You're not looking hard enough.
Why the
I
fuck
can't
is
seem
he
to find
drinking
them.
a
They're
Coke
haters.
with-
I've looked. I've actually looked. Where are they?
They're all haters. Yeah, they're all picking
Interesting
on
little
Vaughn.
question there, huh? I can't seem to find them.
No.
Now, I'm not talking about people that simply have a disagreement, okay? Because people's going to disagree about certain things all the time. Oh, I've got some comments here. Let me see here what we got there. We got good morning, Bon. Hi, Silver. And Kurt, what happened, Bon? You seem a bit rattled. No, I'm not rattled. In fact, I'm not rattled. I'm in fact quite encouraged. What am I talking about? I don't really understand, okay? I have these people on YouTube that don't like me. And almost 20 years ago, I think it's like 15, 20, somewhere around there, but years and years ago, okay? The one in particular named Kenny KPZ on YouTube. His real name is Warren L. Mason. And his name has been in the public domain for over a year. So fuck you. I can say his name. Anyway, his name is Warren L. Mason. He lives in Atlanta, Georgia. He goes by the name of Kenny KPZ on YouTube. He started this by doing a video called Dear Von Helton and Andrea, where he literally claimed that Andrea was going to be killed by me, that I was going to murder Andrea if she didn't leave the house with her child. Okay, this is an actual video that he done. Okay, and so, you know, that right there is slander, libel, defamation, criminal defamation, because he's accusing me of murder or attempted murder, right? So it's criminal defamation, not civil. You know, because see, the trolls keep saying, oh, it's just a civil suit, just a civil suit. No. When you accuse someone of attempted murder, that is a criminal suit, not a civil. But anyway, enough splitting hairs. The point is that he did this video 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and that snowballed into what's going on today, where they're calling CPS and they're calling SWAT and they're calling the police and they're trying their best to, do everything in the power. They figured out CPS will aid and abet them in anything they do. So, years ago, it probably wasn't that long after Kenny KPZ put that video out. Someone contacted Clay County CPS and told them, hey, don't let him get his disability in SSI. And CPS dutifully did that. And so to this day, I can't get my disability in SSI.
What? Because of a YouTube troll.
What?
He can't get his disability and his SSI. Because a YouTube troll told Clay County not to give it to him?
They wouldn't listen.
Huh?
I mean, what the fuck? I mean, who?
How does he think these things work? How?
I don't know.
The power of Grayskull.
She's only on one side of this. She kind of understands. I think she's.
Oh dear.
She listens for one side of the thing. This is funny.
It's probably the best way to do it.
Where are those infamous 40-ounce Reese's coffee mugs? I don't know what that even means.
Oh dear.
And folks, it only halfway through this. I got to tell you, it's
mind-boggling.
Every time I try, I get rejected. So yeah. And so what I'm doing is I'm basically rubbing this in their face because they claim that I'm not ex-military. They claim that I'm a washout or stolen valor or whatever. Washouts and stolen valor do not get recognized by the U.S. Cavalry Association. No, they fucking do not. So if a YouTube troll really did send this to me, oh, I got it backwards. If a YouTube troll really did send this to me, then they're the dumbest motherfucker on the planet because this totally destroys their little paradigm of me being a washout or stolen valor or whatever the fuck.
No, that
because
means
you don't get
if a troll
like
sent,
this
that's like
from the military.
If a troll
if you're a
sent it
washout
to
or if
you,
you're stolen valor.
how does that prove you're in the freaking military? That makes no sense. I think Lucian, I can't remember. I think it was Lucian. Somebody was pointing that out earlier. That it's like.
And like I said, there's documents in there that are none of your damn business, and they ain't going to be none of your damn business. But in any event, you don't get recognized by the U.S. Cavalry Association if you're a washout or if you're stolen valor. No, you fucking do not. Okay, so if a troll did send me that calendar, that was the dumbest fucking thing they ever done. Because it totally shot down in flames their whole paradigm of, yeah, man, he's just the most, he's the shittiest military person ever was. No, actually, in addition to driving a tank, I was also a military strategist, and I drove around the major for a while.
A military strategist for what?
Oh, God.
And he drove the major around for a while.
What, in a tank?
No, probably.
No, sorry, I was being facetious.
I think, but
sorry.
A military strategy. What the fuck? At what? What was he playing? Chess? What was he think it was? They were playing Stratego. To him, it's like a video. Is it like some command center that he thinks is some big giant board table where people negotiate and and what the fuck does that even mean?
I have no idea.
Wait a second. Apparently, he planned the whole Grenada invasion.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Turtles, Connecticut, CT 1600 Turtles. Anyway,
isn't it notoriously difficult to get disability in America? It's like it's not just because he's one Elton. It's like
no,
because when Shani was going on about, she's just going to go on disability for her fibromyalgia or whatever. I know a lot of people were saying it took them over 2 years to get disability.
Right,
so.
and oftentimes it does. It depends on where you're at. First of all, you have to prove a disability. There has to be doctors that you don't just go to a doctor one day and they go, oh, you need to be there. There's by now you would have thought that she would have a medical history of these illnesses.
Yeah, exactly.
And her ability to how it affects her everyday life, how it affects her ability to move around, her quality of life, her ability to be mobile, her ability to be employed. So at this point, and then sometimes you got to look at personalities too. I mean, seriously, where would Shani or Rev literally last more than about an hour or two? Okay, I'll give it 2 days at any job before either one of them got fired or they walked off.
Yeah.
Because neither one of them want to take direction. Neither one of them are going to listen to what the fuck you got to say. They're going to do what they want to do. They're going to be. Rev's going to start, are you a Christian? It's not a problem if you're not, brother, because, Jesus loves everybody. But I got to tell you about the book of Revelation, did you know I'm on YouTube? I'm Jason Avocado, Revelation News, anyway, but
I banged my wife and she came 5 times or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try and.
I know. I have a hard time even making fun of it, but
it's mind blowing.
This whole thing, it's like whenever. God. Thanks for being there.
That was fun, and me and the Major had some interesting conversations as well.
With what?
And don't forget, boys and girls, you're looking at someone, you're listening to someone who accurately predicted the arrival of Desert Shield and Desert Storm.
Yeah, haven't
I
heard
accurately
that one
predicted
yet.
that. I told everybody at Port Hood knows that I did
At
this.
Fort Hood
Everybody
knows.
Because I told my second lieutenant, my first lieutenant, commander of the base, the
Desert
major I was
Shield,
driving around, I told him,
Desert
everybody
Storm,
fucking
Desert
knows
Shield.
that I accurately predicted the arrival of Desert Shield and Desert Storm. I told them well in advance. I said, there's a war coming. We're not ready. We need to get ready. We need to get out in the field. We need to get out in the field. We need to get out in the field. And it was a commander that says, we don't have the funds. And I said, we have to. There's a war coming. Okay. I accurately predicted Desert Shield, Desert Storm, which totally blew the minds of everyone there. Maybe even frightened a few people. I don't know.
Just listen to that. He actually, and I think this is probably much, this statement may have something to do with the end of his military career. Because, like he said, he wanted to go to, I want to go out and train, I want to play Army, Army training, yay, playing fucking, wow, boy, gee whiz.
It's mind blowing.
He didn't understand that majority of the time when you're in the military, God, you're in the barracks, you're in the motor pool. There's a lot of fucking maintenance that goes on, folks. Holy shit, there's always, geez. At the end, after one big inspection, shit, you're always getting ready and repainting everything and cleaning everything up for the next big inspection that's coming around. It's a never-ending cycle. You're always cleaning. You're always doing something. They keep you busy. There's all sorts of things. But Stinky thought I was just playing Susie Homemaker, and he wanted to go out in the field and train and shoot the guns and stuff like that. That's probably a big reason they kind of realized that in a way that, yeah, this guy has no business being here, and started keeping an eye on him and fucking with him. He was an easy target, I mean, he sticks out.
Yeah.
You know he stuck out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
He was not yeah.
There was no way he's a team player.
No.
And that's not going to go down in the army.
He even admitted that. He didn't like hanging out with anybody, right? He said he just wanted to go sit in his tank and read his manual.
Jesus.
That's when the lieutenant poked his head in, Said, Private Hilton, what are you doing there? Reading my manual, sir. There's a war coming, and we're not ready for it. Wow, ghost tank. Because you remember, he has a Civil War ghost oh, Jesus. God damn.
Oh, does it? Oh, I didn't know about
Oh,
that.
yeah. He goes into a lot of that crap, too. I think he's really that delusional that he believes, you know. He's nut. He's, yeah, Mr. United remembers Ghost Tank. I don't want to explain Ghost Tank but that was definitely one of the, you know.
Why was I so heated when you got here? It's not a matter of being heated. Honey, this is when I'm mild, dude. This is when I'm mild, man. This is my mild-mannered self. You want to see me heated, you ain't seen shit. You ain't seen
Well,
nothing.
he's not.
Oh, and yeah, by the way, if you get
True.
upset when somebody steals your kids, now they're floating the idea that means you're clinically insane. Just that I throw that shit out there, which I'm not, obviously, but
There's nothing obvious
that's
about
what they keep
that.
telling Clay County, Kentucky CPS. Oh yeah, he gets angry, therefore he must be insane. Wait a minute, no, that doesn't mean you're insane.
See,
it just means you're angry. That's all that means.
Yeah. So the fact that he doesn't understand, you know, he goes, "Oh, I'm not, you know, it's just I'm just angry. It's just blowing off steam, you know. I'm not angry. I'm just, you know." He doesn't understand, and it's really a good thing at this point, folks, because I think at this point, just the fact that CPS, the state of Kentucky, okay, there's probably multiple agencies that are involved some way or another with the Von Helton kids.
Oh yeah.
There's like I said, it's multiple of agencies that you know. He seems to think that CPS is getting paid.
Yes,
Somehow there's a
saying that.
bounty out for stealing kids and stuff, you know?
And I would guess that here in the UK, what we call the Children's Social Services, they're undervalued, underpaid, and overworked. And I would be very surprised if that's not the same in the US.
Oh, yeah. They only have a couple of people out there in Clay County that handle yeah, Ron Paul's office called the locals about him. He's upset that Ron Paul won't do anything, you know.
Yeah,
Steal someone's kids, they're going to get angry. You know, harass them to the point to where that they want to bust you up. That's not crazy. That's just angry. Okay. But it ain't nothing for trolls and haters to lie. It ain't nothing for Clay County to lie. We've seen this firsthand, haven't we? Yes, we have, folks. Yes, we have. We've seen that. We have definitely seen that shit. But yeah, stolen valor, you know, washout. Yeah, sorry. No, didn't happen. And like I said, there's some other documents in there that you're not going to be privy to. I don't think you're insane. Not in the slightest. Well, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, seriously.
That would be very wise of you. Because the YouTube trolls that do think I'm crazy, they're in for a surprise, I think. Just call it a hunch. Call it a hunch. I got a funny feeling they're in for a big surprise. But yeah, so yeah, very, very nice. Folks, I'm over on Twitch. For those of you that are wondering, I'm on Facebook and Twitch. I'm not on YouTube because YouTube is on a banning spree right now, banning people for literally anything they say and do. Literally anything they say and do. YouTube has totally become unhinged and are now just banning people just for the hell of it. And it's crazy. They've lost their ever-loving fucking minds. Okay, we got that working. That's cool. All right. Yeah. But yeah, they've totally lost their ever-loving fucking minds, dude. And it's crazy. It is. It's craziness. But yeah, say, Vaughn, well, you started at 4 o'clock. Yeah, well, me and Crowder keep getting earlier and earlier and earlier in the morning, so I thought I'd beat him to the punch this time and just start at 4 o'clock in the morning. I just thought I'd start at 4 in the morning and beat him to the punch, you know, because I figured he was going to beat me to it and start at 4 o'clock. So I said, well, I'll beat him and start at 4 o'clock myself. So I did. So I did. But yeah, crazy. The trolls are saying, where is all the Crowder's trolls and haters? Where are they? I can't seem to find them. Crowder talks about the same shit I talk about. Where's his trolls and haters? I can't find them. Where's Alex Jones's trolls and haters? Where's David Icke's trolls and haters? Where's Glenn Beck's trolls and haters? Where are they?
That's the one that made me.
Why do you not see trolls and haters on these channels? Oh,
Glenn
because
Beck's
they've
dead.
got money and they've got lawyers on retainer.
Is he?
That's why you don't see any haters on their channels. Because the second somebody says one fucking thing, they got a pack of lawyers on their ass. And these trolls know that. These trolls on YouTube know that. That's why you will never see them going to Glenn Beck's and starting a bunch of shit over on Glenn Beck's show, or starting a bunch of shit on Alex Jones's show, or starting a bunch of shit on David Icke's show, or starting a bunch of shit on Crowder's show, or any of these other well-known people. Joe Rogan. Where's all Joe Rogan's haters? He talks about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan not only talks about the same shit I talk about, he talks about more shit than I talk about.
So he's now Stinky is comparing himself to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan I watched Joe Rogan for a while, and at times I think the interviews, the conversations he has are interesting. It depends on who it is. If they start getting political or science-y or talking like that, probably if it's gonna, but if like he had that conversation, he got Alex Jones stoned, right? And it was a funny interview. Sometimes it can be entertaining, but yeah, he's a meathead, and people like. Well, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, sometimes, but that's what it is. I mean, I don't watch it like I used to, but because
I mean, not that I like these people, but Joe Rogan. Well, I'm sort of 50-50 on Joe Rogan with Crowder and that. They present themselves a lot better and a lot more.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sanely, shall I say?
Yeah.
Even though they are saying very similar things to the crap he comes out with.
Well, not.
They
really
put it forward. Well, I say similar, not but they put it forward. Firstly, they're not showing how filthy and disgusting the house is, and saying, why do people think my house is filthy and disgusting? Like, it's not just that they come out with conspiracy theories. I mean, Alex Jones is probably closer in terms of temperament to Von than the other people that are like this. Most of them aren't screaming, shouting their heads off and losing their cool and being complete,
There's a presentation. There's a style, Stinky just,
Where's all his haters? You notice that none of these motherfuckers have haters. Why? Because they've got lawyers on retainer. In fact, Steven Crowder's lawyer sometimes sits in on his show. All right, as one of the announcers on his show. His own lawyer sits right there. He turns to him and talks to him right there on the show. So they all have trolls and haters, and you don't see it because they have a plethora of people who are dedicated to deleting the shit. No, I think they just have a passel of lawyers that the second they do one fucking thing out of line, they fucking get a lawsuit slapped on them. That's what I think.
I thought earlier his point was...
going to be doing shit to them. They've got lawyers on retainers. Like I said, Stephen...
I thought his point earlier was that it's not fair because he gets haters and they don't. But now he's saying they do get haters. It's just that the lawyers scare the crap out of them. So what point is it? It's just what?
I just, what was this? Grampy have to say the episodes with Randall Carlson were awesome.
Yeah, Jones is a grifter. There's a book by John Ronson called, I think it's called Them.
Yeah.
It's pretty much when people first really got to hear about Alex Jones. He's the same guy that wrote, because more people are familiar with Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yeah.
It's the same guy, and but
I
he
thought
goes
that
around.
movie was
He
good.
meets people like Alex Jones, David
Yeah.
Icke, all these people, and it's just I just love his style of writing. It's a really good book, actually. But yeah,
Yeah. First time I ever heard of Alex Jones, it was like Bilderberg. He was in a boat. He was trying to prove that there was some weird thing. He was on, I don't know.
yeah, he claims it's all like some weird ritual with these owls and stuff, and
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, first of all, that's kind of like trespass. I mean, it's like, what the fuck do you think they're gonna see? Oh, they're sacrificing goats and chickens.
yeah,
There's, oh my God, there's a pentagram. They're, you know, jeez, it's like, gee whiz, a bunch of old rich people that do things that old rich people do, and I don't know. But yeah, there's always got to be a conspiracy, But
mm.
but Stinky, he predates all of it. He predates every bit of him. Robin Inglesong. Hi everyone. You just woke up, passing through to give a thumbs up, Grampy. Well, if you're just passing through, well, thank you. The green text story on 4chan. Well, that's good to hear, Rick Sullivan. But yeah, but God, Alex Jones has been around for. He was in print. He's a lot of these people have been around forever.
Whatever happened to Rush Limbaugh?
He died.
Crowder's lawyer is literally in the studio with him.
Oh.
He turns to him and talks to him. Says, "Hey, how you doing?" So no, I think it's because they've got lawyers and they've got money, whereas I don't have either one, and that's partially due to the trolls. I mean, think about it. If I was getting my disability and SSI, that's at least $4,000 a month right there. Anywhere.
You get your if you get your SSI and your disability, first of all, you don't get both.
What's SSI? Is it like Social Security income?
Yeah,
is that what it stands for? All right.
And SSDI, which is disability, that's basically when you, like with me, I'm on SSDI. I used to work. I had a steady employment history, and they basically it's based on your I forgot how it was, average income or something to the effect of. So you get more with SSDI, and then you do, I guess, with SSI.
I had both.
Oh, you have both? Oh, okay. Well, I guess I was wrong. So, folks, you believe it or not, Grampy Lobster has been proven wrong. But anyway, that was the way it was explained to me. But anyway, some people.
SSDI is because I have a work history. SSI is.
That's what I said.
I'm trying to explain what SSI is. It's just supplemental income.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Supplemental income. Supplemental.
All right, supplemental.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
So you learn new things every day, folks. Grampy Lobster has been proven wrong. Wow. Grampy Lobster, if you don't know who I'm referring to, he's the guy who talks about the glacial flood from Lake Missoula about 10,000 years ago. I didn't catch what you said earlier. The whole, Rick Zilla, the whole QAnon thing, whatever. I am so sick of that. I don't quote QAnon, but I mean that, and it's nothing, just Stinky's he's just an idiot. He's a clown. He'll believe anything stupid. He wants to believe worst case scenario. He believes somehow that his gods are somehow shining down upon him right now, blessing him with all sorts of stuff. Whilst he has, they can't control him not getting his kids. You know, they can't
Yeah.
control the fact that his feet are falling off. You know, I don't know, his whole situation. I mean, if the gods are working so good, why isn't he? I look, I would expect he would be doing just a bit better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one would think. Mudbrucker, see, there you go.
Yeah, I was just reading his comment.
Yeah.
I would get the same thing here in the UK. You get social security benefits and you get
Right.
unemployment benefits.
Right. Yeah,
But
yeah.
unemployment benefits are slightly higher than social security, and it is based on the fact that you've been working and
Yeah,
paid taxes. But you only get it for a certain length of time, and then you go down to.
Right, but see, and that's the thing too. You know, just like Shanny, he thinks somehow that this is some sort of fucking payday. Now, where he lives in Kentucky, hell, he's gonna hit the fucking jackpot when he gets his disability. You know, because like he said, any amount of money. Because you know, when he was getting Jerry's money and stuff, you know, he was a lot of people out there. That's how they make their income. You know, because the people are poor out there. It's like everybody in the family's on disability. Everybody, you know, and because I don't know, little Julie, you know, she's 9 years old and already morbidly obese and diabetic, you know. Or she has a behavioral problem, you know. She doesn't like to listen to the teacher, so, you know, I don't know. Whatever. But Stinky here, him and Shanny seem to think getting disability, you know, is some sort of like payday, you know, like
anywhere from 3 to 4, maybe even higher. I don't know. I might be lowballing it.
No,
but it's 3 to 4.
You're lowballing it. Jesus, you're highballing the fuck out of it. Oh, $3,000-$4,000. You know, I may be lowballing it. You know, fuck.
I mean, a single male with no children living at home, I'd find it hard to believe he's going to get $4,000 a month.
No, he's going to get about $700 a month. You know, he thinks he's not going to get this. He's not paid into anything.
Was this based on this check he got some time ago, and he thinks that's going to be a regular?
Yeah, he thinks.
Yeah, I vaguely remember something about that.
Yeah, if that was happening, no. Yeah. See, that's how much he literally. Yeah, $700 to $800 a month, basically. You know, that's pretty much it. And in Clay County, Kentucky, I guess if you don't pay rent and you don't have to pay utilities, you know.
I mean, yeah, if that's his spending money, other than food and the internet. There's food and the internet, and
buying a lot of paper towels, storing them in the hallway.
Yeah.
You know, that.
Oh yeah, Mudbrook says SSI pay about $700 to $800 a month. So yeah, sounds more likely.
It's not. You don't get much. You know, I mean, he'll get some food stamps too, but you know,
in a month. Then on top of that, anything else that I would get from the government in the way of assistance. So yeah, you know, I would be bringing in money. Then my daddy's money wouldn't have been spent.
You know,
if he would have had his daddy's money, see, these are things that he doesn't seem to. I mean, and I know other people have brought it up. The $2 million that he's going to talk about now that he had to blow driving all over the place to see his kids and stuff like that, or the $6 million, or if these funds are like available, first of all, why do you need disability? Okay, because you know, hell, if I had $2 million or had $2 million, A, I wouldn't be on disability. B, I mean, I'd be receiving some sort of services, but I'd be anyway. But I wouldn't be like, I don't know. Like I said, he thinks it's some sort of like a payday. It's like, well, I'll be getting that money too. Got my daddy's money if I need it one day, but I'll be having this disability money. Just in case. I'll just keep my daddy's $2 million in the back. Just in case. Just for a rainy day. Who knows? I might need to go on vacation one day. You know what I mean?
I like to say, like, I'm bringing it in. No, that implies you've gone out and worked for it. No, you're getting it free.
Yeah.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, I've been on benefits myself. I know plenty of people on benefits. There's no shame in it, but it's people like this that give it a bad name that make people go, oh yeah, look at the type of people that get benefits. It's like, no, this isn't the normal.
Yeah.
This isn't your average person on benefits, believe it, unfortunately, but
oh goodness, no.
Million right there that I was forced to spend because Clay County kept sending me all over God's creation. So yeah, I'd have tons of money. But see, that, like I said, they've got lawyers on retainer, and like I said, Steven Crowder's lawyer sitting right there in the damn studio with him. All right, and that's why you don't see their haters, because you don't think these YouTube trolls know they get sued out the fucking wazoo if they said one fucking wrong word to Glenn Beck or what's that one guy, Sean Hannity's friend. I can't think of his name right there.
Sean Hannity.
The great one, Mark Levin. You think if they went over to Mark Levin's YouTube channel and started a bunch of shit, how long they'd last? They'd last about 2 fucking seconds. Because Mark Levin's lawyers would contact YouTube, get their fucking ISPs, and they'd be off the goddamn internet that quick. How much you want to bet? And these YouTube trolls know that shit.
That doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work like that.
They know that shit. That's why you'll never see him. That's why you'll never see him go after Mark Levin or Glenn Beck or Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson or any of these other motherfuckers.
Oh, nobody goes after Tucker
They also have
Carlson?
way more fans than haters. Well, I used to have fans. I used to have 16,000 subs on YouTube. Where the fuck
they're
they
all
all go?
trolling you stupid.
Y'all go on holiday? Apparently they did.
No.
But you're
look.
right. These people, is my U.S. Army
Look.
hat still stays up.
Oh, shit. Hold on a second.
Clay County kept sending me all over God's creation. After Mark Levin or Glenn Beck or...
Okay, I'm going to stop there. We can have it. Look, honestly, Stinky, there's a lot of people out there, honestly, truth be told, that used to watch Von Helton back in the day because of his conspiracy theories, his UFO shit. There was a lot of people that watched him. It was like a lot of people, admittedly, like they didn't know who he was, like that. A lot of people did listen to it. It was something weird to listen to.
Yeah.
A lot of people found it interesting because he's telling stories and things like that. That's how a lot of people. It's like you'll hear a lot of people go, "Oh, I remember when he used to talk about UFOs and stuff." That's how solar UFOs and conspiracies and shit. That's how a lot of people will meet. And hey, what's up, Mud?
Hey.
But there's a lot of people. People love a good train wreck. That's like, that's true, Rick.
True, we do.
But the whole reptilian thing. Thank you, CT. That was the thing. A lot of people were like really into the when he used to talk about reptilians and the Greys.
Oh yeah.
I mean, way. That was some crazy. There was a lot of people that subscribed to him for that, right? Once he got away from that, he started getting weirder and weirder, and a lot of people would tell him, go back to doing what you did, and he don't forget the glowies.
Oh, the glowies.
I have no idea, Rickzilla.
I love it when Bond, in his infinite wisdom and 290 IQ, claims that he had $2 million in the safe deposit box the entire time he was drawing welfare.
Right, exactly.
Because that's an asset. You have to declare all of your assets when you sign up for welfare. And if you deliberately conceal assets, that is a fucking felony for each and every month that you drew benefits while deliberately concealing those assets. If he had $2 million, he's stated this publicly, he has put himself on the hook for what, 12 years? That'd be 144 counts, felony counts of welfare fraud.
Yeah.
Maybe even more if they decide to break it down, one for him, one for each kid.
Well, what about the $6 million or there's the other assets. There's that other $6 million, remember that
everybody knows the $2 million was pure bullshit.
Well, yeah,
but
so's that $6 million.
But the fact of the matter is, I can pretty much guarantee he had squirreled away a few grand of his mom's money that he'd stolen.
Yeah.
And didn't bother to mention that to anybody because, well, that's Ma's money.
Yeah, it was separate.
So if anybody really wanted to look into that, he could find himself in very serious fucking trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That and SSI. Like I said, SSI is for people who would otherwise qualify because they're retirement age or disabled or something like that. Who would normally qualify for Social Security, but they haven't paid anything into the Social Security system. Like Vaughn, who hasn't had a fucking payroll check in 30 years. And a lot of people, though, they qualify for both SSI and Social Security, because their Social Security benefit would only be $300 a month. Right. So they say, okay, you can get SSI too. But what they do is they say, okay, you're qualified for $780 a month of SSI, but since you're getting $300 a month of Social Security, they will subtract that from the SSI payment. And between the two of them, you'll end up getting $780. They don't stack on top of each other.
No.
And any other income they subtract from your SSI too, like food stamps, shit like that. And SSI counts as income for food stamps, so they would reduce his food stamps if he was getting that much monthly income. So Vaughn doesn't really realize, but by trying to grab one more government tit, he is really fucking himself.
Well, it was just for a rainy day. It was in case of an emergency.
Yeah.
I mean,
emergencies like, feeding your starving kids.
Yeah.
That don't count. Who gives a fuck? Kids can go out and forage for something.
Well, that's true.
I thought in the past he'd said he blew all that $2 million on lawyers' fees, but apparently
he blew it on gas. Going around the country. He drove all around the countryside blowing $2 million in gas.
Jesus Christ.
No, that's no.
Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson or any of these other motherfuckers. They also have way more fans than me. Well, I used to have fans. I used to have 16,000 subs on YouTube.
Nah, maybe
Where
not.
The fuck they all go?
Fans, though.
They all go on holiday? Apparently they did. But you're right. These people are commenting and talking in the comment section and in the chat section, and there's people constantly talking. So yeah, you're right about that too. And that drowns out the haters' comments, because the hater comments just literally get scrolled off into oblivion. So yes, you're right about that as well. Why don't people comment on my stuff? I don't know. I talk about the same thing. I talk about the same things Crowder talks about. I talk about the same things that Joe Rogan talks about. I talk about the same things that Glenn Beck and Mark Levin and Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly. I talk about the same thing these people talk about, but nobody comments on my shit. Why, Vaughn? Oh, because Google has shadow banned me. That's why. Nobody can see it. I did a video a while back called "The Man Who Does Not Exist," and I put out a little test.
Right.
I went into Facebook, and I posted something at POTUS's Facebook page. All right. Now understand that this is a conversation with 3,000 people talking in it. Okay. This particular conversation, this particular thread that I'm joining, it's got 3,000 people in it. Okay.
Right.
Keep that in mind because it's important.
Right.
All right. So I post a post in that conversation. All right. And it was even kind of controversial, I think, at the time. Sure. And I posted it, and then I posted one right next to it. And then I went back a week later to see if it
And before we continue with that, folks, welcome back, Raccoon Man. I'd like to let everybody and remind everybody that tonight's video is being brought to you with closed captions. Tonight we're sponsored by, once again, Oops, I Sharted Myself, hand sanitizer, and Revs Rollies. Folks, just remember that, folks. If you'd like to sponsor the closed captions and a video soon, please feel free, make donations, and let's see what we can, maybe you can sponsor a certain segment of the Grampy Lobster Show, folks.
Anybody had recognized my post? Not one emoji, not one like, not one dislike,
nothing.
not one reply.
Because everybody
now, the interesting thing is that the post prior to mine had, what was it, like about 400 or 500 emojis and had like about 50 or 100 replies to it. The post above mine had about the same damn thing.
Wow.
But my post is sitting right there in the middle. Now, this has been a whole week with 3,000 people in that thread. 3,000.
Wow.
And there my post sits. Not one like,
how
not one
many
emoji,
people
not
were
one
like,
reply.
you know what?
The posts above and below mine have got all kinds of emojis and replies and likes.
Nobody gives a shit.
But not mine. What happened? Facebook has me shadow banned. YouTube has me shadow banned. Google has me shadow banned.
He used to be called.
People literally cannot see my shit. When I did a video warning the women of...
Remember when? Oh God! Wait a second. You're gonna get into this, but you remember when Mud? Do you remember when when he claimed he was being cock blocked?
Oh, good grief!
Yeah, he used to go, "I'm being cock blocked. I'm being cock blocked by YouTube," and they had that song, "Cock Block Ninja." I pretty much.
Is it lead paint or mercury that he played with when he was a kid?
I'm guessing probably a combination of both.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why not both?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been great fun, and I'd love to stay more, but I really got to go to bed.
Thank you so much.
It's late over here. Damn time zones. Mwah. Take care, darlings.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. That was fun. Thank you for showing up. But yeah, it's
of Europe, that the Muslim invasion was coming, that Frau Merkel was a Trojan horse, and that millions of Muslims were coming to Europe to rape and kill. I did a video on that, warning the women of Europe, hey, pack a gun, take 2 men with you at all times, etc., etc. I warned the women of Europe. Mm-hmm. According to my sources, no one in Europe saw that video. Not one person. And as a result of them not seeing that video, thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent women were brutally raped and murdered by Muslim rape gangs. This is not my opinion. This shit really happened.
Right. That's right.
So Google literally prevented my video from being seen and saving lives. There's no fucking way in hell Google can spin that. There's no way they can get around it. That blood is on Google's hands and it will not wash off.
That's right.
So Google has a big surprise coming in the not too distant future, I suspect.
Uh-oh.
All right. Likewise, you have Mr. Zuckerberg. All right. You had Mr. Zuckerberg. There were some people on Facebook, and they were against Islam. They were outspoken against Islam. Mr. Zuckerberg became incensed, contacted the government of Pakistan, and told where these 65 people were hiding. The government of Pakistan.
YouTube, please understand that I'm only playing this, and it's commentary and stuff.
And went to these people's houses, drugged them out, and murdered them in cold blood right in front of their...
We don't condone any of this shit.
Family. And you say, well, Bon, why did the government of Pakistan do that? Because it's a death sentence to speak out against Islam in Pakistan. Now, some of you are going to say, well, surely Mark Zuckerberg did not know. Oh, on the contrary. Not only did he know, he was very proud of what he did. He was very proud of what he did. So, yeah, Zuckerberg knew. He absolutely knew that he was going to get those people killed. He knew it. Wow. 65 people's blood is on Mark Zuckerberg's hands, and they will not wash off, 65
ever. People.
Likewise, all them women that were murdered and raped and murdered in Europe, that's not going to wash off of Google's hands. Or YouTube, because YouTube may have been complicit in that as well. I don't know. But for sure, according to my sources, no one in Europe received that warning from me about the Muslim rape gangs and Merkel's Trojan horse. Nobody got that.
Von's sources,
thousands and thousands and thousands of women are dead.
Von's sources are all those, the million or so people that live in Romania that celebrate, Von's existence.
Oh yeah.
Every one of them Every single one of them called Vaughn up and said, Vaughn, they're not letting Merkel's not letting anybody see your video.
Yeah. I just hope this time they did it in English, because remember he didn't understand Romanian the last time
that might
they
be the
sent him a
problem.
video. So maybe hopefully they conveyed their message in a language that Stinky could understand this time.
Well,
Yeah.
he speaks Chinese and Swahili. From the customer service calls that he's had to make.
I remember that.
Fluently.
What's the odds he's got stacks of old fucking National Enquirer and Globe magazines piled up around him?
Oh, probably pretty good.
That's where he gets his source. That's his source information, I believe.
Yeah.
JFK's still alive and Elvis is flying a UFO.
Yeah. And the Bat Boy is with them both.
Yeah, I seen fucking Elvis down at Burger King one night. He kind of looked like Elvis, I'll put it that way.
You ever see that movie Bubba Hotep?
Mm-mm.
No.
Oh, God, that's funny. It's got Bruce Campbell, the guy from Living Dead.
Yeah.
And the setup of it is he's Elvis living in this old folks home. And he's the real Elvis. But the thing is, years before, he got so burnt out and so fried on drugs, he hired an Elvis impersonator to be him, signed all his shit over to him, and they had this contract, and so that when Elvis was ready to come back and dried out, they'd just switch back. Well, the guy died, and everybody thought Elvis died. Elvis was, living in a trailer, and his trailer burnt down, and it burnt all the contract and paperwork and shit that proved it. So from then on, Elvis made a living as an Elvis impersonator. Got hurt on stage one night and landed in this old folks home with Ozzie Davis. You know who he is?
Yeah. He used to be on Dean Martin show.
Yeah,
him and Nipsey.
Yeah, he's actually JFK. And they're both living in this nursing home, and to make things even more impressive, there's an ancient mummy running around killing old people and swallowing their souls.
Oh, I got to watch this show.
Oh, yeah, it's Bubba Hotep. You got to find it. It's just fucking hilarious.
Where would this movie be found?
You could, I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Look on YouTube.
Amazon Prime, maybe.
Yeah, even, might even be on YouTube where you can buy movies for $2 or $3.
Bubba Hotep?
Yep. It's a hoot and it's a
that'd be beautiful to play that one night at the movie theater.
Okay, just Mud, and I'm just asking, because you're somebody that okay, is there a possibility that you could like reach over into another window and like send me a link, or just remind me in Messenger the name so I don't forget it, and then later I'm gonna go, what was a movie I was supposed to look at?
Yeah, let me have a look here.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
That sounds like a good movie from the.
Yeah, but then
it is. It's a hoot.
But eating souls of old people.
Yeah, because who's gonna think anything strange when a 90-year-old woman dies in her bed at an old folks home?
So they're kind of throwing back to the old sci-fi movies of the 50s.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I see a bunch of trailers here on YouTube. Usually they got, you can rent it for $2 or shit like that on YouTube. Let me see here. Reviews. Yeah, I'll send you a thing in Facebook with the name of it. You should be able to find it somewhere.
Hey, Lucien, are you and Rickzilla having a disagreement in the side chat? You can rent it on Prime. I don't know. Do I want to rent the movie?
Well, you just watch it on Prime,
Oh. Well, JL said the word rent. No, yeah, we have Prime. So. Okay, well, what's the name of the movie?
I'll send it to you. Bubba Hotep.
Bubba Hotep. Look up Bubba Hotep on Amazon Prime. We're not really, okay, so oh, thank you. I heard the ding ding. So
That is a fact.
anyway,
That's not my opinion. And like I said, that blood's not going to wash off of Google's hands. So Google's got a big surprise coming in the future. YouTube has a big surprise coming in the future. Aiding and abetting domestic terrorists. Yeah, YouTube's got a big surprise coming in the future. And aiding and abetting terrorists isn't even the only charge for YouTube. There are many others. Not trying to be a problem, but you typically talk about your own personal things more than you talk about things the big guys talk about. This is totally wrong, Silver. You've obviously not been watching me for a long time, because that's totally wrong. In fact, this is one of the few times when I actually bring up the trolls. This is one of the few times. And the reason I brought it up is because I got that calendar from the U.S. Army. Washouts don't get calendars from the U.S. Army. Stolen Valor doesn't get calendars from the U.S. Army, let alone be recognized for something that I've done. Okay?
You get recognized
No,
for
they don't.
shit.
You don't get accolades from the military if you're a washout or if you're Stolen Valor. So if a troll really did have the U.S. Army reach out to me, that was the dumbest thing they ever done, because they totally destroyed this Von Helton is a washout bullshit. The RE3 and JHJ. Oh my God, it's RE3 and a JHJ. All that meant back in the 80s was that I wasn't going back in the military again. That's all it meant. Because like I said, general under honorable conditions. Not just a general discharge. General under honorable conditions. There's a difference. A general discharge is just that. General, it would have just said general on it. Mine didn't say general. Mine said general under honorable conditions. There's a difference, boys and girls. Engage your brain. There's a difference. Okay? So, no. But yeah, this is Silver. You obviously haven't been watching me for a very long time. Because if you had, you would know that I talk about the same shit that Rogan talks about, Crowder talks about. In fact, I used to have 16,000 subs on YouTube before the trolls intervened. Now, the trolls to this day will tell you, oh, yeah, those were just troll channels. 16,000 channels were troll channels? Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm not buying it. Not buying it for a second. And you shouldn't either. But in any event, yeah, this is one of the few times when I'm actually calling out the trolls, because I've got actual proof that I can show you. Here, look at this. Now, like I said, there's documents in there that I'm not going to show, because that's between me and the military.
Yeah, right.
But I've been watching you for quite a while, and I get calendars from the U.S. military because my father is former military, and I'm his beneficiary. Well, yeah, you would. You know, your family. Nothing wrong with that. Not a thing wrong with that. But I assure you, a washout is not going to get accolades from the military.
They're
No,
not
they're
getting
not.
accolades.
Watch.
You paid $12 fucking dollars or $15, and you got a calendar, and you got a little certificate, and you get a newsletter, and they want you to give them more money, and they're going to send you more stuff because they have a subscription magazine too they want you to subscribe to, and they're going to send you a calendar next year, and they're going to want you to give them another $10-15, you know.
Yeah, I'm a disabled vet, honorably discharged, and I ain't never got a fucking calendar give to me. I don't know what he's talking about. He's full of shit.
You know, you can get calendars at the VA.
I get Harley calendars.
Well, you could have gotten a calendar from the VA.
Yeah, but it's always got suicide and PTSD day and all this stupid shit, and I don't need to be reminded.
Nah, that's true. No, I get it, yeah.
Shouts don't get accolades from the military. Now, I know you guys are going to spin this shit because you're already trying, Silver. You're trying to spin this, aren't you? You're trying to say, oh, well, because I didn't serve, that somehow, you know, that changes the paradigm. No, it does not.
Nobody's trying to
Your
say
father
any
served.
of that.
He got a calendar. You got the calendar after he dies because he served. He was not a washout. Washouts do not get calendars. Washouts do not get accolades. They don't. Washouts also don't get general under honorable conditions on their DD-214. They get a dishonorable discharge. So nice spin there, Silver. I appreciate that. But it's not going to help you. Sorry. It's not going to help you. But I appreciate what you're trying to do there, Silver. You're trying to help your troll buddies. And I can see that. And I in a way, I kind of understand because, you know, you want to stick up for your buddies. Well,
troll buddies.
I'm sorry, Silver, but that's just not going to happen. Not on my watch. I'm sorry. You know, see, there you go. And Twitter is working just
He's fucking disgusting.
fine. Yes, it is. It's working just fine.
Okay. Thank you. Nah, he's just... Oops, sorry.
Yes, indeedy. Oh, yeah.
What up?
There we go. Problem solved. Problem solved. Okay. Yep. Trolls and haters need to take the dirt nap. Yes, they do. Absolutely, they fucking do. They all need
Absolutely,
to
I
take
have
the
a
nice
calendar.
big dirt nap. Let me kill the audio on that. There we go. There we go. All right. So yes, Facebook is working properly. Twitch is working properly. So yeah, outstanding. Outstanding, people. Outstanding. As I say, wunderbar, wundernique. But yeah. No, the fact of the matter is that the YouTube trolls know that that these people have lawyers and they have money, and that's why you'll never see secular opinion over on going to Glenn Beck or Alex Jones or any of these fuckers and doing a damn thing because he knows he'll get his ass sued.
Uh-oh.
They know.
That's why secular opinion. That's why you never see secular opinion in the live chat. Jesus Christ.
I have a calendar.
I know. The sock accounts that people come up with. Oh God. You know the best time to buy calendars, new calendars, is like in January. Because everybody spends, you'll see all these calendars for 2022, right? You'll see them for like $15, right? $20. People will do it all the time. And then on January, like the first week of January, a lot of times you can buy those same calendars if that's what you want. You get a lot of these calendars for like $2-3, because the whole idea of giving a calendar for a gift is gone, and that's pretty much, I don't know, it's the only time I ever get a calendar.
I got a calendar on my phone.
Yeah, I got one on my phone. I mean, I don't know that people, some people have calendars in their house or something, but people have, secular opinion isn't a political commentator. He does those cows like you, Juan. Thank you, Beach. Once again, folks, Beach comes through in the end with probably, close to probably top 5. I'd say top, votes for tonight. The amount of stupidity that's able to manifest into one person is astounding.
No, that's called genetic damage, chromosome damage. That's what Fawn's problem is.
I would, God, as not to like try to offend anybody, and the way I put this when it comes to Stinky was, when it said the comment there, sure, very well put. Very well put. Got to give you credit on that one there, Rick Zilla. But back in my day, it would have been, I don't know. I bet you that there was that one day when he was a kid, and his daddy looked at him and he goes, "Boy, damn, you just ain't right." And he went over and he sat next to his mama and he cried, and she put his hand over his shoulder. He said, "That's okay, Mama. It's not our fault. Sometimes these kids just come out kind of dumb, It's okay. It's okay. We gotta do what we gotta do." No Forrest Gump jokes. He's not crippled. But
hey, Grampy, back in the old days, Vaughn was the one, they took the kid and put him in the basement and wouldn't let the public see him. They'd hide him.
Yeah. They bring him out every once in a while for Vaughn's daddy was an old geezer at his birth. Oh, I know. They had Vaughn late. Vaughn was sort of not necessarily planned. Mike Judge stole the whole body, ain't right, for the King of the Hill from Ma Pelton. Yeah, that's true. That boy ain't right. That boy ain't right. Or as Miss Parker would say, that boy's cornbread ain't done in the middle. You know? I love that one. Because you know what? If you've ever had cornbread that ain't done in the middle,
Oh, that's nasty.
oh God! Yeah, especially when you're not a. I mean, yeah.
It's like a mouth of cement, man. Shit.
Yes. But
Vaughn
anyway.
had some developmental issues.
Yeah, Vaughn had a lot of develop. You know, I'm serious. I mean, he even said as a kid, you know, I mean, even the people that Secular was talking to that one night they knew him and stuff. You know, their parents or whoever. And Vaughn's alluded to it a lot of times. You know, he was picked on a lot and everything. His whole persona is based on him being a hero. You know, when in fact, yeah, I mean, look, he's done more than Forrest Gump. You know,
He's still stuck at 5 years old, Grampy. 5, 6 years old. He wants to be the policeman and the fireman and all that.
Oh yeah, I mean, but he was the Punisher. He was in the government. He was in the
CIA, wasn't he?
CIA. He did civilian capacity. He was an orderly for 14 years.
And
he was an EMT back then. You know, there was no training to be an EMT. You just hopped in the back of a fucking ambulance. You know, it was on the job training. You know, there was no training to be an EMT back then. You know,
he can prove that he is a secret agent CIA man because hanging right behind him is a CIA calendar. You can't see it because it's printed with invisible ink on invisible paper.
Probably.
But if you had the special glasses, like other CIA people would, you'd see it hanging right there, big as life.
Oh, yeah. But, geez, Vaughn has been christened by the god bear. What? Oh, Jesus, Frixilla, now you're just confusing the fuck out of me. What? Vaughn was also christened by the god bear. Do you know what that is? No?
He likes hairy men, I think, is what they're saying.
Yeah, maybe he likes... we got Justin Emo Howling Wolf in the side chat, folks.
Oh,
come
on.
Him.
Oh, it's not him.
Time to stream, Justin.
Well, we're not going to go and... it's a reference.
Vaughn knocked up that young chick.
Look, I'm not, really, look, Chris Chan is too I mean, I don't understand how Chris Chan was allowed to do what he did for as long as he did. And I'm not talking about the whole thing with his mom or nothing like that, but somebody should have been paying attention to that motherfucker. And the fact that, sure, it's funny and stuff like that, I just had a hard time watching it. Not that I felt sorry for him, or it was just, that was just, I don't know.
Grampy, he's such a classy guy. Took sexual advantage of a mentally incapacitated child.
I understand that.
I don't see no sympathy for him. He's evil.
No. I'm not. There's no sympathy. What I'm saying is, the whole.
Holy shit.
You're leaving? You're going to marry Michelle Beth? Well, you go do that, Justin. You go do that. Holy shit. See, can you imagine? I got 3 hours and 14 minutes and that pig, you Grampy. No, I was muted on purpose. Even secular opinion made a few comparisons between Vaughn and Chris on a few occasions. Rickzilla, I don't care. Even secular opinion did it. I don't. Rick, what does this mean? Even secular opinion made a few comparisons between Vaughn and Chris on a few occasions. I don't watch everything that, and I don't do. Rick is just really into Chris. Well, that's not my problem. Jesus Christ. God, I don't follow Chris Chan. I haven't followed Chris Chan for a long time because that's just some weird shit that, I mean,
is this Days for Our Lives or what?
I don't know, but apparently if secular opinion even made a few comparisons, then well, it's a joke. I can't watch Chris Chan. Yeah, I really, Chris Chan is it's one of those things like, look, I get it. You know, some people don't like it when I do like Michelle Best videos and stuff. I only do Michelle Best videos because it's me, you know, and I know what it's aimed at, and I get it if it's not aimed at you. I just have this weird fascination, and I find it funny and entertaining, right? Other people find it boring as shit.
I don't. I find it frightening because he's out there, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, so you know, I get the whole, but the fact that I don't watch Dove Kitty. Hello. I don't watch Chris Chan
Hello,
videos.
Grampy.
Hi. I don't watch Chris Chan videos because that's just weird shit. That's just
yeah. But Grampy, haven't you ever noticed how Shanny is a lot like Chris Chan?
I don't even get that joke. I really don't.
That's just.
It's because she looks like Chris Chan. That's about it. But yeah, that's about it. Because the jingly keys. Less Chris Chan is like nobody should talk about him no more. I mean, in my opinion, that's my opinion. Chris Chan is like off topic now. Gross.
Yeah, he got busted. I mean, that's some fucked up shit. I mean, but yeah, the whole Chris Chan. The only thing I've got a thing of Chris Chan screaming at Hasbro on my hard drive, which the only reason because I do because Hasbro is based in Rhode Island, you know, and it's weird that he's screaming at a toy company like that, you know. So, but other than that, you know, I've been like, man, why is he not being supervised? Why do they let him? You know what I mean? And that would be like, no offense, but he proves over and over that he doesn't make good decisions. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he comes from parents that were way too old and obviously a little bit off.
Yeah.
And didn't understand anything about the internet. And from such an era that they chose not to understand what consequences of being on the internet was. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't until later when they're like, dude, you showed our house and now people are coming, like we're being trolled. And, you know, like there's plenty of videos from back in Chris, you know, days. But yeah, that dude is, if anybody was going to be trolled harder, nobody's been trolled harder on the internet than Chris Chan. But then again,
agreed.
Well, look what he was allowed. Look what he was allowed to do. And like I said, I'm not. Look, I'm not. I'm not saying that people like him shouldn't have access to the internet, you know, but what I am saying is when you display a certain behavior, okay, whether you know somebody, I don't know, and I'm not saying the system failed him or nothing like that because
Well, yeah, no, Grampy, the system did fail him. Honestly, I do believe that. I've watched a lot of the, I can't remember the channel's name, but he's been doing the documentaries on him, and his parents refused a lot of the information that's out there. He was from the generation where we still put these children in a different category, and the system did fail him. He should have had a lot more counseling, help, understanding to know how to deal with his shit. Because obviously the kid has some, well, he's not a kid anymore, but I'm sorry, based on his mental capacity, I consider him a child. He's got some issues, and nothing was approached in a proper manner with him. And I think his parents, yes, obviously they failed him as well, because they're like, no. What we did with these children is that we just either let them go wild and be what they are, or we lock them up in mental institutions. I mean, and either way, the system failed him. He should have gotten a lot more counseling and help in his life. And I think that he would have been able to deal with his, because no offense, but some of those children like Chris Chan, and I'm not trying to, please don't hate me, chat, but a lot of them are sexually aggressive or have tendencies once they hit a certain puberty thing and don't know how to deal with that.
Very young.
He needed the counseling, and he was deprived that. So I do feel bad for him in a way, but what ultimately happened and what's going on right now, that's disgusting. I'm sorry. But I do believe that it was a lack of education on his parents' part and the schools and educational help that he should have been allowed to been given or should have received. That's just my opinion personally. Not to say that he been any different, but I really do think that education, based on especially what we know now, would have definitely helped him growing up and being able to deal with a lot more of his issues.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that anybody is inclined to want to. No, I don't think that anybody's born to want to, what he did. Sorry, I'm not going to say all them words, but I don't think anybody's actually born to be inclined to do that.
No, definitely not. Hey, Grampy. I mean, if you don't mind my 2 cents, for that guy that you're talking about, that you're referencing, his name is Gino Samuel 2.1. He does a great, he does a great, like, introduction and life of Chris Chan. It's so documented, it's insane. So that's him.
Draven, I actually cried through a lot of those. And I got the most oppositional comments because I was like, no, this is a lack of education on everybody's part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he needed some sort of like live-in nurse. And I agree with people when they say the internet, he shouldn't have never been on the internet. His parents, if they were younger, they probably could have said, hey, Chris, you gotta no more internet, no more camera, because you obviously put too much. But as far as what everyone's saying, and I know there's that whore Isabella Janke, she's disgusting. I get it. She takes hamsters and puts them in the microwave. She molests her own people she goes to school with, males and females. Yeah, she's disgusting, and she might have pushed Chris to do that. But you know what? I don't care if someone told me, "Hey, man, if you beg your mother, that's $100 billion at the end of that rainbow." I'll be like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna be poor," because it's at the end of the day, it's still on Chris, and I can't believe his mother allowed this shit to happen. Like, allowed him to fuck her, like. And I can't believe like he wanted to fuck his mom, like it's the whole thing is crazy. And I get like there's people out there saying, hey, this Isabella person put it into his head for months and months and months, maybe. But at the end of the day, you're right. There's no way that someone will just, out of this person's mouth. And yeah, Isabella's crazy. So it's a whole toss up.
Well,
you could go.
You're dealing with somebody. I mean, first of all, Chris Chan is like Dove Kitty said,
mentally ill.
Yeah, he's.
Well, so am I.
Well, I understand. There's different degrees.
Well, no, he was definitely diagnosed with, Asperger's or some kind of autism in his early days, and you could see that from the beginning, which nobody had an issue with a child having that. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly don't. I thought it was incredible the way he built his Legos, his concepts of, creating stories and the Pikachu thing and everything. But then certain things while being online, it got overinflated. Also,
I agree. He never had any supervision. Like when he was doing, he never had an overseer. Like even at home, like doing his little creations. he like most kids would have had a parent limiting what they can do. There was no structure, I don't think. I mean, you could tell he has a driver's license. There's an argument he doesn't have autism, but I don't know. Fetal alcohol syndrome, baby. Oh, I never knew that.
I mean, he was just born to parents that were really, really old. Which, no offense, I mean, it was obvious, And yes, as a parent who gave birth to a child at an older age, yes, I was concerned about having those issues with my child. And yes, there are some issues, but nothing as extreme as Chris Chan. But I think that because his parents were so oblivious, based on their age, no offense, based on their age, and there's no offense to that. Okay. No. It's a whole new concept. Grampy, you and I, we didn't grow up with computers until, I mean, I didn't know anything about computers until I got into high school, and we were into DOS. There was no Windows. There was no internet. There was none of that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? So it was a whole new concept. So they were just letting their child have some freedom, but they needed more education, and they denied the education because they thought they knew best. And it's based on ignorance, honestly.
Well, yeah, they didn't know what was going on, and they listened to it. But, shoot, I remember before.
But his father was an intelligent man. If you watch those Geno Samuel 2.1 episodes, his dad invented the plastic, whatever the thing that the toilet paper goes in or something.
Okay, that's great. Being a smart
that
person
doesn't make
you a very nurturing father.
But that doesn't make him coherent and understanding about modern day things that were about to take place. You know what I'm saying? He's still extremely ignorant. As far as the repercussions of being online.
Dove, did you see that video where the father went to Chris and said, "All right, this is online. Chris, take it offline." And he's like, "I'm trying." And the father didn't understand. Once it's online, it's on there forever. So you're right. He didn't understand that. He's like, just take it off. He thought that Chris could just flip a switch and take it off. And he's like, I'm trying. And then he just went back and said, take it offline. But once you put anything on the internet, it's here forever. Wayback
Right.
Machine, all that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, you're right. But I
That's
feel like
what I'm saying. His
parents
father
shouldn't
didn't
have gave him that
understand
stuff.
that there is no, once it's out there, it's out there. And
Right.
his parents were from a generation of that
Make
they
sure you
didn't
get the
realize.
negative, boy. Make sure you get the negative.
Yeah, baby boomer, right? Baby boomer
Make sure you get
generation.
the Polaroid. Make sure you get all the copies. Don't worry
Well,
about it.
Yo, Grampy, you know what's weird about that? I mean, I was going to talk about Vaughn and the whole stolen valor thing. I was listening before. And thank you and the other guy that came in to explain all that. Because me, an outsider who never been in the Army, even though I have family who has, I don't know all those terms. So thank you for explaining that.
Well,
that really helped out. But anyway, the father already cheated on his first wife with Chris's mom. And the brother of their first wife didn't want anything to do with Chris or his mother. He knew that she was a bad apple, and sometimes your parents are bad apples. You don't, just because you're born in life with them doesn't mean that you have to have any, you don't have to co-sign for their crap. If they're bad people, you can just go on and be like, hey, they just brought me into this world. I don't know anything about these people. But the brother wanted nothing to do with it up until the point where the father died. And then he talked to Chris and then they tried to make it work it out. But Chris is Chris. And I get that. And I feel sorry for him, but at the end of the day, no, he abused his mom, and there should be some sort of consequences for abusing the lady like that.
Yeah, he's an adult and everything, and I get that, and I think the point that.
Well, hey, Greg, can I ask you a question?
What's that?
I figure you would know. And no offense, I just figure you would know because of the age range. Do you know anybody that's kind of like in that onset dementia like that his mother is?
My mother was like that. My father was like that. My grandfather was like that.
Okay. So
definitely. I've had generations of family members that definitely has happened where it was dementia. So yeah.
So they literally have no idea what's going on, right? They
absolutely.
kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good to know because I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, they'll forget what they told you 5 minutes. They'll forget what they told you after they blink their eyes sometimes.
Wow.
You'll think you're getting through, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is a good thing. And all of a sudden they look at you and they're like, huh? I don't know.
So you would say, as someone that have seen that, you could clearly see how this could happen, where she's being raped by him, and maybe in her mind it's his father.
Exactly, because he probably looked like a younger version of her husband.
Him. Okay.
Okay. And I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to justify Chris's actions. Absolutely not. No.
I'm just trying to understand the mother's point of view. Maybe the mom was tricked.
Right? I don't think the mom. No, I look, tricked. Whatever. That's almost like saying, what was
confused?
Mom wearing? Beyond confused. I mean, the woman could hide her own Easter eggs. The woman doesn't know what time it is.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the capacity. She doesn't have the capacity to make any type of informed decision, basic fucking thing.
Dude, I love you. That was funny.
Well, I mean, no, seriously, Draven, though, we grew up with what we considered old people went into what we called dementia. It was way before Alzheimer's was something that was diagnosed. I mean, no offense, but Alzheimer's has not been around as long as I have, or Grampy, because, I mean, I get it. You guys don't realize, but I'm old like Grampy. Well,
you look so young in the picture.
I know. and I have beautiful, long 4-foot titties in my picture, too. Isn't it beautiful?
That's what I'm really attracted to. Man.
I know. I'm sure you.
I can't deny it. Yeah, that's 4
I love you, Grampy.
I
love you, Grampy.
Well, that's why.
Jingly keys. Stop looking at my titties. Jingly keys.
That's why I would listen to someone like you, Dove, and someone like Grampy, because you know what? Like, I'm only 40. I need to know what is around the other corner, and people that are older than me can be like, yo, this is what's going to be because you guys have seen it before. You know what I mean?
Well,
And I
but no, what
respect
we're
that.
saying is that like Alzheimer's was not around when
we didn't know what it
our
was.
grandparents or great grandparents, we just called it old age, or they called it dementia. There was no Alzheimer's, okay? And literally there is still a distinction between Alzheimer's and old age dementia because it happens.
Grandma's getting senile.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely, Mud.
Everybody.
Yeah. I mean,
you know, that's like everybody had a crazy Aunt Martha or whatever aunt's name.
Aunt Alice.
Aunt Alice is something that was like really, really weird. It turns out, well, Aunt Alice was a little bit, because a lot of things, weren't talked about, and that's because you don't bring Aunt Alice around much anyway. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, they'd be the ones that like, oh, hey, honey, your underwear aren't supposed to be on the outside of your pants. Things like that.
No,
okay?
you're right. You're right. Because I come from an Italian family, as well as a Spanish family, and we did have great grandparents that didn't go around anymore, and everyone's just like, oh well, they're sick or they're this and they're that.
Well, mobility back then was a lot harder too,
And I'm sure it's the food and the mercury levels and stuff. I mean, I didn't even realize until recently.
A lot of times it's just traveling. When you get old, you
just
really
like
don't
illness.
feel like going. Nah, you just don't feel like going. It's like I went there last year.
Yeah, like Rampy, I'm sure that move that you just did was like, I bet you're still feeling it. Because moves are hard. I hate moving shit. I hate moving. What a pain.
And I'm not so sure it was about diet because I think people back in our grandparents' days, Grampy ate a lot better than we did. There was no damn McDonald's. There was no fast food. There was no processed foods. There was no additives, preservatives, none of that shit. We ate homemade food every day. You grew your cow out in the pasture. You slaughtered that shit, and that's what you ate. You know what I'm saying?
I wish I lived in your guys' time. They say one apple back then is equivalent to 4 apples today. So meaning back in your guys' time, you can eat 1 apple. We'd have to eat 4 today to get the same nutrients out of that apple. My mom told me back. Oh, it's just normal, like health, like that, with the health.
Yeah, fruit don't taste the same as it did when I was growing up. I'll tell you, I used to steal pears off my neighbor's tree all the time, fresh grown, and I still to this day will not buy a pear at the store because they're disgusting.
You guys remember getting milk delivered?
Yeah.
My mom said that you would take like a knife.
Matter of fact,
and cut off like the top, and there'd be cream up there.
Yeah, I remember vaguely when I was 5 or 6. I remember vaguely we had the milk bottles on the porch and stuff, and
they were delicious, right?
I don't remember.
Well, and kids didn't grow up on formula either.
Yeah, kids,
I remember when I had my first child, he really didn't take to formula, and milk was not recommended. So I bought evaporated milk and made it because, again, from my generation, if you couldn't breastfeed, that's what you did, is you mixed evaporated milk, and that's what you fed your kid.
Yeah, we had a lot of evaporated, non-fat, dry milk.
I mean, grew up on the government cheese, the powdered milk. I mean, it's what you drank.
The lard. Did you guys I see this commercial all the time? Like old people.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't even know where to buy lard anymore. But yeah, lard was huge back in the day.
Because it would fill you up, right? It's essentially a filler, right?
Lard.
Yeah, or is it more like a butter? Like I really don't know.
Lard is fat.
Oh yeah, it is fat.
Like what you use canola oil or vegetable oil.
It's what you fry your food in.
Crisco.
Yeah.
But it would make you more full, right? You would have the feeling that you were.
You just
No, you didn't eat it. You cooked in it.
You cooked
in it.
It's
but when
or
you
make
ate it,
pastries, bread. Yeah. No, we didn't eat it. Jesus Christ.
It made things taste better, sure,
Yeah.
because you weren't eating like raw, like.
they say you can put stuff in lard and it would make it last longer.
Oh, I know what you're. Yeah, the taste of lard continue. Frying with lard as opposed to frying with other oils. That's what he meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
like,
a lot of people.
we make pastries and bread with lard. We didn't use butter or that kind
Margarine.
of stuff.
Oh
yeah. There really wasn't. Well, yeah, you could buy butter, but you could only buy butter, not margarine. Like now you can buy margarine. There was no margarine back in the day. It was real butter, which real butter you still back in the day use sparingly, depending on what you used it for. But yeah, everything else you used lard for. If you're making pie crust or anything else, what's equivalent now is probably Crisco. Yeah, you just use Crisco.
So you thought people actually ate lard?
Ew.
No, not ate lard, but like how it's
Fried
mixed
it,
in.
yeah,
You
I
know,
know,
like
I
how it's mixed in. Like you said, you cook
Right.
with it.
Yeah.
No, I know lard's rendered fat. Like you take the fat and you can cook it, you render it. Like people used to
Yeah.
make it like that themselves, right?
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I don't know. I guess growing up, we used lard. Because I come from very poor beginnings. We would take just lard and butter, and you would fry it in a pan, and you would just fry it, and you'd make your own like what you consider flatbread. And sometimes if you had some other kind of ingredient to add to it, you did. Like if you had a meat or, I mean, basically that's just what you ate over potatoes because those are the three ingredients that were definitely in every household. You had lard, flour, and potatoes. If you didn't have anything else in your house could live off of those three ingredients, and that's what you ate.
Beans and rice.
I keep seeing these books about like,
And
surviving.
bacon fat. Look, Rick Zilla. Believe
What?
it or not, I like bacon. I do. Don't get me wrong. Frying things in bacon fat, certain things, sure, absolutely, right?
Is that not good for you though?
Oh, Jesus. Back in the day, we didn't care about cholesterol and shit.
I mean, I get it, but no, you
Food
don't cook.
was food.
There's certain things you don't want to cook. Like, I'm not making, my phone's going crazy. I don't know. Not everything you can make in bacon fat, because it's not the same as other type of oils or. Jesus, my phone's going crazy.
Yeah, like bacon fat, you took it and you strained it, and you strained it like 2 times through, back in the day, either what we consider coffee filters now or cheesecloths,
Bacon fat's good with like green beans or
Oh,
making
absolutely.
some gravy or something like that. But, I mean,
Right, because you would take, your family had a garden and you picked green beans all summer long, and that's what you did. Put that in some bacon fat with some potatoes, and shit, that was dinner for a week.
Well, I just wanted to change the subject for a second,
please,
if I can.
I'm eating frozen pizza and we're talking about all this food.
Okay,
And I'm sitting
Grampy.
there going, damn.
Before you were talking about Vaughn and the Stolen Valor and all that, I
Yeah.
figured you would know this question.
What?
Will the government ever actually catch on to him doing that?
Doing
Is
what?
that whatever he's doing? Like you said, you don't even need to be in the service anymore. You pay the $5, they'll just give it to you, right? That's
No,
what you
they
said.
don't care because it's got nothing to do with the government. It's got nothing to do with the military.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an association. It's like I don't want to make it
Like
sound-
Kiwanis.
The only time stolen valor becomes a crime is if you're doing it for profit. If you represent yourself as a veteran and you're taking donations for veterans causes, shit like that.
Right. Or like when he said, please donate to me, I'm a disabled vet.
Yeah,
Please
that-
help sort of this.
that would have been illegal.
Yeah.
But just going around claiming you're a veteran isn't illegal. It's considered
No.
considered free speech. But that doesn't mean you ain't going to get your ass kicked.
So when does it go to stolen valor? When you're
When you-
walking around with like a jacket on, saying here, and a cup saying here,
when
I'm
you
disabled.
wear medals, like okay,
Yeah.
just put it more in perspective. Like when you put on like an army jacket or something, and some people like to put patches on. A lot of people are going to assume when you put certain patches on that you served in that
in that infantry. You did what you had to do to get that.
Yeah. You served in that.
Yeah.
You were there. You served in that unit, and that unit can be like First Cav is huge. Okay.
First what?
First Cavalry. The whole thing.
Oh,
is
First
on-
Cavalry.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Been around for and all this stuff. Like I said, I was in a Third Armored Association for a while, and then I was like, whatever, because I mean it's not part of who I am type stuff. But I got some but anybody can join these things, and you don't have to show any proof that you were ever in one, or if it does, you can just I don't know.
Yeah,
There's no way to check it because it's not a government agency. It's not affiliated.
Yeah, it's basically a non-profit.
Yeah, it's a non-profit
fundraising operation
Yeah.
for. But like I said before, you can walk around in a full uniform. Introduce yourself as Lieutenant Colonel so and so. That's perfectly legal. But if you represent yourself as Lieutenant Colonel so and so on a job application to get veterans preference points, then it becomes illegal because you're doing it for profit. I mean, it's basically if it's for profit or not.
Right.
And Vaughn, he was in the Army, so he's not making that up. But Darren has pointed this out tons of times. 90% of or more of the stolen valor cases you see aren't people just pretending that they were in the military. They're guys who went in the military, fucked up, failed miserably.
Yeah.
And later on in life, they start all of a sudden creating this big story to make themselves look like a fucking hero.
Yeah.
The guy who went into the Navy, managed to make it to E2 as an apprentice seaman, got his ass thrown out, then comes back later claiming he was a Navy SEAL. Shit like that. So,
Well,
how do you guys
I mean,
know?
Those are two different parts of the Navy, just speaking because my son was in the Navy. But yeah, you can't go doing that. Now, see, like my uncle was in the Army, okay, and he was a veteran. Granted, he kind of messed up in his veteran years. Actually spent his last 6 months in the stockade, but he got a honorable discharge. Did get, veteran honors, as far as they call it. Like, he came out, he was able to apply and get veteran benefits. And when he passed away, I had to take his veteran papers to, the mortuary, and they gave me a flag. They also told me that if I ever buy a burial plot for him, that, I can get a special thing and, the 21 gun salute. And I was like, well, we're not going all with that because, I just had him cremated. But at any point, if I do want to have his, ashes buried, I can still, to this day, get a plaque for him because, based on his paperwork, he was honorably discharged. Yes, he did spend time in the stockade because, things happen sometimes. And, and I get it that in service times, a lot of people end up going through their service and serving so many years and getting out fine. But a lot of people have mental issues. My uncle, when he served, actually served in, a war, not like some people. Not going to name names there. But like literally had seen some serious combat. And yes, those things do affect people. And I'm glad that eventually that, people were whatever, the government actually recognized that, these things do affect people. You know what I mean? And he did get a lot of help, mentally, and, but don't think that that he was living high off the hog from it for the rest of his life, because obviously he was not. And, just like most veterans, he had a lot of physical disabilities from it and everything else. So it's not all that. I was his caretaker for 10 years before he passed, and it was a lot of work. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I don't regret any day that I took care of my uncle, because I still love him to death to this day, and he's been passed for 14 years. But I understood his plight in life and what he'd gone through, and yeah, that's a lot of stuff to mentally deal with in your life, plus physically, and he wasn't getting the help that he should have been getting, whereas now we more recognize it, and I appreciate that it's more recognized now. You know what I mean? I really do.
Yeah, and not to speak negative, I'm just my personal point of view. I've had some family that have passed, in the military, and at one point I used to feel, they're doing it for the country. That's great. Like, even you grow up feeling like you're an American, like kind of what Grampy said. You want to fight for the country because you're an American. You're going to fight for this. And then later on, when people pass away, kind of like recently, like with Joe Biden and him not even acknowledging these people, these kids essentially that died, just looking at his watch, you feel like, well, I don't agree with a lot of the policies these days. So I can't say F America, but I'm kind of angry. It's like, what I mean? Am I nuts? I'm just being honest, because I've been there before when I'm like, I don't like these policies.
I'm not sure where this just went. Excuse me, I was taking a hit off.
Well, because I was listening to you, Grampy, before, and you were like,
you were talking about Biden.
There, Grampy. Take your inhaler. Calm down. Breathe.
No, it's just this vape pen thing.
Oh,
okay.
Well, that could kill you, man.
Yeah.
Like how you were saying before, how you were like, you still love America, but you were there, Grampy, right? Like you were, like you served. You know what it's like over there. They're fucking lying to us, and I know they are. I have plenty of friends in the military that are like, they are lying to you. What's going on here is not like what they're saying, and I that's just what they tell me. So I can understand when you said before.
I'm not.
You don't hate it, but you don't exactly agree with everything. That's kind of like where I am.
Yeah, but when you said like oh, they're lying, look, I don't go with that. They're lying to us because the world's a complicated place. And
I get you.
No, and it's like when, and I'm not the one to.
We grew up being lied to by the government and the media. I mean, why are we supposed to be surprised now?
Yeah, no, I'm
just saying.
That. I totally get that.
But I'll always love this country because I feel like it was a once great place, and now things are getting skewed, and people are trying to be led to believe that people hate each other when that's not the case. I get so much love from all different kinds of cultures and races and everything. And, life is how you make it. That's how I always believe. And I get what you're saying, Graham. It's not like they're trying to lie. It's just there's people that want that. And then there's also people in the government that are like, no, we need to fix this. So I guess it's a mixed bag of people in there that are trying to help and then trying not. But I couldn't imagine what life was like for you. Like you said, like they probably shouldn't have given you your power as much as they did when you were there.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just, you find yourself, like I said, at the time I was like, great, this is, and then.
Did you see combat?
No, I was in the Cold War.
Oh, okay.
See,
okay.
don't you ever listen? That's how I ever started talking about the military was when Von Helton, I've said this so many times, I never brought up if it was really even in the military. Sometimes I'd say, oh, when I was in the Army, this, or I never brought it up. I'm not that type of person. Plus, my exit from the army wasn't really the best, you know.
Yeah.
The only time I would bring it up was somebody would be like, "Oh, that exact question. Oh, were you ever in combat?"
Yeah.
I would say, "No, but I did fight in the Cold War," you know, which
With the Russians.
which is a joke.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Yeah, you know, which is, you know, no, I didn't go to Vietnam. I didn't go to, you know, Afghanistan. I didn't go to Iraq. I didn't go to Kuwait. But I did fight in the Cold War.
Well, where
You
did
know,
you go?
I was in Germany.
Yeah. Okay. World War II. You're talking about.
Oh.
How old do you think I am? And
Jesus
when do you
Christ,
think World
my
War
God.
II? And when do you think
You're
World
not
War
quite old
II?
enough for that.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Dude, I'm
Wow,
playing. I'm playing.
Grampy. Apparently we aged a good 20 years. All right.
Fuck
Thanks.
me, my grandfather was in
But
World
damn,
War.
do you know how to speak German?
No, I never learned much.
Oh, so once you're on the base, you don't have to. Because I don't know. I know my friend said like once you're on the base, they kind of take care of you there. You don't really have to leave.
Well, if you want to have a good time, you leave sometime. Shit, if you're on
Oh,
base,
yeah. Speaking the Dutch.
yeah, sprechen Sie
You know what he's my friend just told me. He said that the guys the suicide bombers kept on going on their base over there in Afghanistan, and they were trained to let them, you know. And one guy blew himself up, and they let his people take the remains. And when they did that, they were looking at them. And he was like, he started having a panic attack because they'd look at you like, I want to kill you. Like for no, like you didn't even do nothing. You're just there supervising the whole thing. And because I didn't really know, and he started telling me some shit.
Supervise, correct, and make minor adjustments. That's what you do.
And but he's
Yeah,
just
I
like this
think
guy ran out. And
Draven's
blew himself
kind of
up.
got a misconception about, no
Yeah.
offense, but when wars happened in a time of when people served, because like, okay, look, my grandfather who passed, when he passed, he was 76 years old when he passed. And the city that he was in, he was one of the last World War II veterans alive in his town.
Yeah.
Okay. And he came from, and we lived in a very big town back in the day. So, yeah,
And-
like you're aging people, and Afghanistan was way after.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
even the Vietnam and the Korean War and all
That was
those
like
wars
the 70s, right?
way
Yeah.
later.
When I was a kid,
Afghanistan was in the 80s, wasn't it?
I thought it was in the
that's
90s.
when the
Afghanistan.
Russians went there in 1980, wasn't it? That's when we boycotted the Olympics. Was that in 80?
Yeah.
So, no, but like, look, when I was a little kid, I remember when World War I veterans were old. Okay. And a lot of World War II veterans, Korean War veterans, were still like working. I mean, they were still, you know, you're at the, you know, or still, you know, well alive. You know, it was the World War I, you know, veteran, you know, people that were passing away. So yeah, the whole.
Right. Our grandparents' parents were World War I vets.
Yeah.
Our grandparents were World War II vets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you guys, it was like
And
you
my
said,
grandfather actually entered when he was 18 into World War II. So I'm just saying.
and then Vietnam was during the 70s, right? Up until
the
like
60s and the 70s.
Yeah.
60s into 70s. And then after that, then it was the war, you know, the Iraq, whatever war.
Let's see. I think the first episode of MASH stated that it was what, 1954?
No, after MASH, the TV show lasted longer than the whole Korean conflict.
No, but yeah, I get that. But I think that it said that when it started, the very first pilot said something Korea 1954. So that's when the Korean War basically had kind of started, 1954.
Well, I would take everything. Yeah, it's historically accurate if it was on MASH.
Well, I'm just trying to go off of that because that was a little bit after me, but not too much, Like, I mean, I still remember growing up watching, Grandpa, when you play those black and white ones, the ones you haven't come across yet or showed where, well, no, you did once where we had to go under the desk, for, the Red War and, the Russians were coming,
No, that's so funny. Like a desk would save you guys.
No,
well,
but see,
I mean, that's what we thought would.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I know. My dad would. He
Look,
told me about that.
The whole
Yeah,
thing
hide
about
under the desk.
that. Okay, let me explain. Excuse me.
It's like when you're in an airplane, they say put your head between your legs.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna bail out, eat my supper.
Okay, Mud.
Bye, my brother.
I'll probably see y'all later.
Look,
Hi, Mud.
The whole thing about duck and cover, and the whole thing about getting under a desk or something like that. A lot of that stems from, okay, like if there's a new, like people want to know, okay, if this happens, what are we supposed to do? Okay, people want a plan of action, and admittedly, your plan of action is very limited if you're just regular Joe. But you want to do something to feel like you're doing everything you can. So they would tell you things like, well, just duck and cover, just get under your and you know what? It was better than back then because people
They're
didn't
freaking
know.
out. I get
it's
you.
a different time. So, okay, they're telling us we need to do this, Because,
well, that's why.
Because the whole thing is, and they knew it too. If the bomb hits, or something would happen, you probably wouldn't know that you were just vaporized,
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's why I ask you guys or ask you these questions, Grampy, because I don't know. From my younger perspective, I think, how the fuck did that fly? And then when you're like, well, it's not the way you think, this and that. Well, you know what?
That's what gets me when people go, I don't understand why this was allowed to go on.
This shit's still happening today. It's under a different name.
Well, for whatever, I don't understand why this used to go on back in those days. Well, it's just the way they fucking happen. You don't have to understand why it happened. It's just that it happened.
Right. Like the most thing that most people don't realize is that first off, there was no social media. Okay, so take that out. And second off, some places where people lived, and I grew up in a town where not everybody had a phone.
Yeah.
Okay. You went to your neighbors or you went to the local barber shop or the fireman station if you needed to phone somebody.
Yeah.
There was no communications, like
the news comes on at 6.
And everyone believes it, right? There was no.
Well, no, we're not getting we're not talking about this is fake and they're lying to us. This is just how news.
I'm just saying, like factually, more than not, people probably believe it because that's the only source, right?
Okay, let me rephrase it like this, please. I'm not going to get into where they're lying to us and they're trying to tell us.
No, I'm not. I wasn't trying to get into that. I was
just
saying
that's how media was transferred back then.
Yeah,
I understand.
If that's how it was only given to us, I would think more people would listen. That's all. I agree. If there's only one source, right?
We were on a need-to-know basis back in the day.
Right. Back then, something would happen. John F. Kennedy was shot. They told us he was shot. They let us know what was going on at that particular moment. There was no speculating. There was no, panel.
Grassy no shit. No, none of that.
There was no panel of people on TV talking about it.
Well, when did that start happening?
When cable news network and public TV and everybody thought that, apparently their political opinion counts or some shit. Or whatever, but that wasn't the news back then. They used to tell you what the news was. This happened, right? It wasn't Walter Cronkite's opinion that he was giving. It was he was giving facts. He was telling
Yeah.
you what happened. And that's pretty much what the news was. They would
Right.
tell
You
you
could click on
what
any
happened.
channel and they all
didn't put
said the same thing.
right. They didn't put spins on shit. You know, they didn't put personality.
It was just, this is it. That's it. Goodbye.
Yeah,
Have a good
we're
night.
reporting.
Right. Like when back then it was what you need to know is what you got to
It
know.
wasn't entertainment. It was what you needed to know.
All right. Well, what about your personal friends? When you talked in your inner circles, did that ever come up, or it was just like, this is what this is, and that's it?
What?
Well, that's where the old lady communication thing comes in, where they talk about kibitzing. It's an
Yeah.
old wives' tale or whatever. It's an old saying, kibitzing. Housewives used to talk to the next housewife, and that housewife talked to the next housewife. And back in the day, they used to show like we would hang our heads out the window and talk to the next door neighbor lady, because that was our communication. There was no phones. You didn't call up your neighbor and talk to them. You literally walked there and talked.
Yeah,
That's the way it was.
That wasn't what the phone was for. The phone was to call some,
Emergencies.
No,
Yeah.
because somebody might be expecting a phone call, and somebody was always expecting a phone call. So you didn't get on the phone and start yakking with your friends.
No,
remember the party lines?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Vaguely, sure.
Oh yeah, you could pick up your phone. There'd be no dial tone. You'd be hearing people talk.
Yeah.
You'd be hearing like the neighbor.
And,
you're like, what
and
the hell?
what you had to do is you had to hit the button 2 and 3 times in order to get the operator.
Yeah.
And then dial 0. And I don't mean dial 0. And when I say dial 0, I literally mean you take your finger all the way at the bottom of that rotisserie rotary phone and pull it all the way around. And if you skip, you're screwed. Hang up.
You gotta start
Hit
over.
that little button about 3-4 times and start again. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when this evil old woman used to watch me when I was a kid, and she just had one black rotary phone and had a little lock on it.
Yeah.
And no matter what I did, I would play with it to try to unlock.
Yeah, because
fucker.
every phone call cost.
Yeah.
It wasn't like today.
Oh, God,
even back in the 70s or 80s, if you wanted to call long distance, you had after AT&T, they came up with shoot, I can't even remember, Grandpa, you might, but there was that number, that company that came out. If you dialed, if you dialed like the 6 number thing before you dialed long distance number, you could get like 17 cents less a minute or some shit,
Then there
it was just
1-800.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were phone cards and.
Oh no, I remember. I was crazy with that stuff. All I knew is I would go to somebody's house and I would dial 555 and then the last 4 digits of their phone number. And then you would hear this like wee noise and then just hit the receiver and then it would hang up. You put the phone down and it'll call. Right. And then that person whose house it is, they'll pick it up and they'll just go, they hang it up. It'll just keep calling and calling and calling back because it's a thing to make sure your phone's working. And I would do it all the time.
And your parents wondered why they could never get a babysitter twice, huh?
Well, dude, I wasn't dropping deuces in the top of their toilet or anything.
Well, nobody said you were, but I.
Well, dude,
wow,
I've been to some parties
really quick there, Draven.
Yeah,
wow.
I know. All of a sudden, you're talking about like dropping deuces and.
To get back to Vietnam, I had a friend that was in Vietnam. Because I was just thinking about this. He told me he got into drugs because of the government, because they would give him weed. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, they would give you drugs. And I'm like, are you serious? And he said, yeah. And then one time his friend's head blew off and he had to like eat lunch while holding his brains in the guy's skull.
Okay, I don't believe you.
I'm going to go with Grampy on this one.
It's not that I don't believe that you heard this, but I don't believe this story.
Oh, so the guy, he kept on. That's not the first time where Vietnam vets told me that they got popped from the government because there was plentiful where they were in Vietnam.
Okay. Okay, so we're in Vietnam now.
Yeah.
And okay. Now there's people that watched their friend die, and that was fucked up, man. I mean, a lot of things. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Okay, I was in high school for that. Okay, so at the end of that, so no, I don't. I can't look. Vietnam, nobody wanted to be there. I mean, I get it. You know, we were the military, mission statement and everything, but it had to be like the most unpopular thing that, that we'd ever gone through, I think, personally. Okay. Even after Vietnam was over, a lot of people, LSD experiments. Yeah. Edgewood Arsenal. Read about that. I don't know. Try to explain the way things were, as like.
I don't know too many that actually came out of that war that talk that much about it.
Yeah.
Were accepted
you can
when they came home.
Yeah.
Because, well, that's all I got out of it. That was a lot of it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, when I went in 78, it was still not popular to be in the fucking army. Okay. You weren't going to make friends when you came home. People weren't going to go, oh, look, sure, there were still some chicks that turned out, like a guy in uniform,
Yeah.
Because they know you probably got some money. But anyway, so, maybe a couple chicks that, wouldn't give you the time of day in school or maybe whatever, but
it's like Rambo, right? Like how Rambo, he came back and they were looking at him like he was disgusting. And it's like he fought for our country. So you're saying that shit was real. People looked at you, an army vet, someone who fought for our freedom. Well, not you, but like someone.
You're bringing in Rambo now?
Well, I'm saying because the story, just the story of someone.
I would go with like literally any other. Rambo is
way out of proportion.
Yeah.
I would go more with Forrest Gump if you want to talk about that, and Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, or just people that it was different, I mean, people's attitudes,
Well, why did they hate you? Why would they hate someone who was fighting for the country, fighting for freedom?
Are you kidding?
Well, I'm asking.
People still remembered Vietnam. People had a really bad taste in their mouth after Vietnam. Okay?
But if they were forcing people to go there, people didn't even have a choice. It's either go there or go to Canada.
That didn't matter. That didn't matter to anybody.
That's the one thing you're not understanding. It didn't matter forcing people to go. They had a draft. If you didn't want to go to it, if you didn't want to go to the draft, you went to Canada. Then you risk stuff. Okay.
Or you go to jail, right?
Some people did, sure, absolutely. Muhammad Ali went to jail.
Yeah.
He gave up his world championship, his championship belt to go to prison. But the one thing that a lot of people don't understand, and it kind of pisses me off, right, is a lot of people give people shit, right, for not going to Vietnam. Okay. Now I'm talking about people that I find even disgusting, like Ted Nugent, right? I remember when Vietnam, the whole thing, and Ted Nugent talked about, I remember when he did that interview and he talked about, shitting his pants, doing that. People thought, yeah, man, that's bucking the system. You showed them or whatever the fuck, right? Nobody wanted to get drafted to go to Vietnam. By nobody, I mean, it wasn't popular. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I get it,
but
no one wanted that war.
Right. But at the same time, we were in it. Okay.
Yeah.
The draft
Police
was still
action.
out. Yeah, the draft was still in effect. A lot of people had no choice to get it, right? But being popular, because you can't just stop a police action or a war in one fucking day, right? That just doesn't happen, right? The exit strategy was really fucked up. But now people that didn't go to Vietnam, like I get it, people didn't, there used to be politicians that didn't go to that didn't fight in World War II, right? What did you do in World War II? Because that was the war people had fought in that were in politics, right? If you didn't go through World War II, people didn't think too much of you, right? Or if you didn't fight in some war. With Vietnam, that was totally the opposite. Now, all of a sudden, these people that didn't go to Vietnam are getting shit on because, they didn't serve when their country called. I'm like, fucking Vietnam doesn't count when it comes to that. Nobody wanted to be there. People were leaving in droves. People, so, and that whole thing, like, and the whole thing about when people walk up, with like military people or former service members and they do, hey, thank you for your service. I get it why people will do that, but a lot of people, it's like, why didn't they say that when other people went? You know what I mean? I think with after 9/11, okay, I think people got shamed in a lot of ways into actually, understanding what certain people have or whatever doing. That's when they started saying thank you to first responders and thank you to the military and thank you for your service and all the shit like that. Because before that, nobody really gave two fucks.
Yeah, you didn't get thanked.
Yeah, and
absolutely. Nobody gave two shits about our military service people that actually served in anything.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, but that's just the way it was. Now it's like there's all this. God, if I anybody that every time it's like, oh yeah, I was in a, well, thank you for your service. I got out of the military in 1984. Okay, it's been a long fucking time. The only reason, I mean, I bring it up for stories or, whatever the fuck sometime, but it was a part of my life that lasted about almost 6 years.
Well,
okay?
How do you know that Vaughn only did 9 months and had to get kicked out or left or whatever?
Because that's the story. That's the we know that for a fact. He know when he went in. We know when he went up when he was out.
And what happened? He got a dishonorable discharge, or he was nuts?
No, Von Helton probably went in the military, thought it was something that it wasn't. He got picked on a lot. He thought he was going to be driving a tank and playing Johnny GI or some shit like shooting tanks at targets all the time and stuff, instead of the monotonous life that a lot of times the military can be, going to the motor pool all day and sweeping shit or doing maintenance or going in the barracks and painting things you just painted last month, but now we're going to paint it a different color and scrubbing this and, because there's always something else coming up. It's the life that he didn't realize. It's not, Anyway.
Yeah, being in the military isn't constant combat and battles. That's not the way it works. It is totally not the way it works. And most people that join because of the recruiter or their grandeur thoughts, they have different aspirations about what they think it's going to be. And sure, they can get through basic, a lot of people do. But after basic, then they are disillusioned about what the service entails.
Basically that's your job now. You go to work there every day, okay? Or if you live in the barracks, well, you're at work every day.
You have to show up once a day for I forget what the hell they call it now.
Formation, But see, once a day.
But the discipline is not the same as it is in boot camp, and that's the difference. That people can think that once you go through basic, that discipline is the same for every day after, and that is nothing like it.
That also depends on who your first sergeant is, because you get some real dickheads that think it's still. Yeah, that does happen. It does happen at times. I've known some crazies. But no, what you're structured. Okay, you have a beginning of your day, you have a middle of your day, you have an end of day. Every day you do the same thing. Okay, basically, it's a structured life of discipline. Okay.
Yeah.
And some people.
Yeah, they break you and then make you.
Well, yeah, okay, we put it like that. But
And some people can't be remade, right?
Well, it's not for everybody. So not everybody can, yeah.
But that's why they want you young, because they can't brainwash old people. They just can't. And what I mean by brainwash, I mean like
no, they want young people. No, younger people are more desirable for their physical attributes. Okay,
Absolutely.
They're
yeah,
not.
yeah.
So yeah, that's
get their
why.
head blown off and not think about it.
God, you got the most violent.
I'm sorry, man, because
no.
I've had a lot of people that I missed today, friends that are not here anymore. Don't you?
Me too. Yeah.
Well,
but
then
I don't
like
think
I don't know.
violent.
I'm just
I know
messed
people,
up. I'm sorry.
I know people that were fucked up from like going overseas. I know, and people a couple people that passed that died. I know some people who were permanently disfigured from being over there, and you seem to take it a lot more personally than.
Well, like I said, I got people. Like my grandfather was in the Navy, and
so was mine.
I didn't realize when I was a young child until they draped the military came out, draped that flag over his coffin, did, like you said, Dove, the salute, the gun thing, and then put the flag in a triangle, gave it to my grandmother. And, and I was just like, what was that all about? Because, I was really young. And, like she's just like, well, he did something once upon a time. Like they try to explain it to my young mind. And
once upon a time?
Like he was in the service at a time, because it was years later. He was old when, he passed.
Calm down, Grampy.
But you know what I mean? Like he was in the service,
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Grampy. I'm shaming your stream. I should go.
No,
don't listen to me.
No. Grampy will get the same thing when, unfortunately, his day comes, because we hope that day doesn't come for another 20 to 40 years. So we're good.
Buck, I'm pretty much with you right now, JL.
Well, hey, Grampy, if
What's that?
someone has stolen valor, they don't get the triangle flag, right?
Well, that's not necessarily true. It depends on what kind of papers they had at their discharge.
If somebody has,
Von Helton can very well get the flag, because according to his thing, it says honorable. Well, it doesn't say dishonorable. If it said dishonorable, then he gets nothing. And it does not say that according to him and all the paperwork that he's shown. So yes, he can get a veteran burial. Absolutely. I mean, as far as I understand.
And to piggyback on this question, because you get
honorable discharge.
Yeah,
it just meant that they won't take him back into service.
Yeah.
The numbers at the end were just that they will not take him back. But he was not dishonorably discharged.
No one ever says he was.
Right, correct. Yeah, right. Nobody said that he's been dishonorably discharged. He was discharged under general discharge, which means he is still granted a veteran's burial. If his family wants to go for that, yes, he can get the flag, he can get the plaque on a.
You have to be in order to you have to be honorably discharged for any type of thing. And
well, if you get that triangle flag, doesn't that mean you can, if your parents don't have money, you can be buried in a military cemetery?
It depends on your discharge status. It depends on.
Yeah. And you have to buy the burial plot. No, see, because I have that same thing. Like, you have to buy the burial plot to go there. And to get placed in like someplace like Arlington, no. You have to been,
No, they're
killed in
talking
action.
like VA cemeteries.
Well, there's
They're,
there's like one of those plots near me, and if I drive past it, there's these little white. They almost look like little white squares. You know what I'm talking about, Grampy? There's not really like a difference between anybody else. They all look the same, but there's thousands of them.
Yeah.
Stretching for miles, and maybe their names on it. Like I just drive past it, but there's like they're little white. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, grave markers.
Yeah, they're just Well, instead of having like a traditional tombstone, they're just like these little white markers.
A lot of places now they do that because for landscape purposes, it's a lot easier to take care of, and I guess if you really want to have a big, I prefer the little things on the ground like that, but. VA cemeteries out here, they've got the one for different organizations, different, First Cav has there's some for certain armored, some Air Force, some people that had to be, there's certain dedicated parts of VA cemeteries to certain, whatever.
And you have the volunteers from the VFWs or just the basic volunteers. Like my stepdad, he's one that he belongs to all of those associations. So whenever there's a veteran needing to be buried, that he goes there, and he's one of the people that shoots off one of the guns, which they do not have active bullets in them. They are blanks. He helps do the 21 gun salute. He helps fold the flag and give it to, the family member. But yeah, and my dad is actually, unfortunately, because, as the age goes on, he probably does like 2 a month. So, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess.
But that's due to age, from the time of all of that. And my dad was an active vet. He served in the Coast Guard for 21 years. So,
I was on funeral detail at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. I know what it's like to get on a bus, drive for 4 hours or 3 hours.
With dead bodies in the back?
What?
You said you were on funeral detail, right?
Yeah, like as color guard.
Yeah. You walk along the casket and that type of stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I meant Undertaker. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, if you want to talk about dead bodies, Draven, yes. No, my stepdad, yes, because serving in the Coast Guard, he has told me horrific stories about pulling dead bodies out of the oceans. Yes. And the Great Lakes.
They send them back to their families, right?
Well, I'm not trying to say that all the bodies he retrieved were veterans, but what I'm saying is that was his job in the Coast Guard.
I got you.
They retrieved dead bodies from the ocean and the Great Lakes, and a majority of his time was spent in 3 of the Great Lakes. Well, all 3 of the Great Lakes.
Whether that was soldiers or the enemies.
Yeah. Well. I don't know too many enemies that have been in the Great Lakes, but okay, sure. You do understand where the Great Lakes reside, right? Mostly he spent a lot of his time in the Great Lakes, and they retrieve bodies. But it didn't make him less of a veteran, but because he did serve his country doing a job.
You got to do what you got to do. So I get it.
Joker Studios, KPZ, #1 fan. I don't think there's enough, to be accountable.
Yeah.
Attempted stolen valor, like when he goes, "Hey, I'm a disabled vet, please help all."
That's bad.
Yeah, no, so, he's, like I said, people that go after stolen valor, people, excuse me, this vape pen is is awesome.
But you're saying normally the government don't care unless you're online saying, I'm raising money for the veterans and I'm a vet.
No, look.
No.
Like people that
I
have
think the
used
government
like
gives a shit.
no,
Well, that's what you're
there-
saying. Like,
no,
they don't
there's
care.
the thing. If you're using it as part of your employment, if you use it
Resume,
to help
okay.
resume and things like that, or if you're putting yourself out there as something that you're not, and you use the military, some sort
So
of thing. that
someone
you
could put a
didn't
jacket
do-
on and go to the shop right and ring that bell, at the bucket, and that's not stolen valor.
What?
Someone could put a jacket on, go to the shop
kind
right
of
or whatever, ring that bell during like around these times, and say, you know what I mean? You know what they do? Ring the bell, they get the coins and stuff. That's
Yeah.
not considered stolen valor.
No, that's an old person collecting money for Christmas for donations.
Yeah,
It's got
I
nothing
mean,
to do with the military. What are you talking about?
Because
Right,
they
yeah,
usually
like,
have
you-
military
you-
outfits
like-
on.
No,
wait a
they're
minute.
not the Salvation Army isn't the
God.
military, dude.
No,
Yeah.
well, not all the time it's Salvation Army. Sometimes it's been the military.
Oh,
The
you
guys
mean like
that-
the Marines Toys for Tots?
Yeah, like I'm a
Okay,
Marine.
that's-
I'm
Okay,
collecting.
Okay, first of all, you have it usually that like Toys for Tots. Sure, the Marines have been doing that forever, but usually, they're. I don't know anybody that goes around.
I'm just trying to find the difference, So you're saying only if you're trying to get employment and you put that on, I was a vet. When because it's clearly there on an application. I've seen it many, many times. Are you
Okay,
a
but
veteran?
when they
How
do
you
that,
serve?
they have to prove that as well. Like you literally have to provide your paperwork. And I know this from experience that when someone that I've known has stated that they have to provide the paperwork. You don't just go and tell the veteran office that, hey, I'm a vet. No, you don't just get benefits. You literally have to provide your discharge paperwork and everything along with that in order to go to get it. And it's not like, oh, a one and done one day I filled out paperwork or I said I'm a veteran and they just gave me the benefits. No,
Well-
you have to provide all of your information.
Actually,
Like
actually, I pretty much got mine done in, probably about a day and a half.
But you have to provide the paperwork.
No, I didn't. I
Well,
went, and
no.
this is what I was trying to explain to Stinky. Usually, at every city hall in towns, they have like a VA rep, or they have an office, right? I forgot exactly what. But anyway, you would be surprised how.
Well, it's possible maybe because they realize that some of them from your generation, because my uncle was a little bit older than you, that the paperwork wouldn't be there. But for everything I had to do with my uncle, I had to take his damn shit, his discharge
old was he?
papers all
How
the
old-
time.
How old was he?
Well, when he died, he was 60.
Okay, so
Seven? Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of. Okay, okay. This is one of the weirdest conversations I've been in. I'm still trying to get over the Salvation Army.
dude.
That's
I
actually
didn't mean
military.
Salvation.
Okay.
You want to know what I was referring to? I'll tell you. I saw a YouTube video. Okay, I'm not crazy. I know you want to make it like that, but listen, I saw a YouTube video, and this guy said this veteran said there's a kid wearing an outfit, shaking a bell the last couple of weeks in front of a store, and he knew that this kid was not a vet because he was too young, and he was getting bank, getting money, and they went up to him and they said, "Hey, what infantry are you from?" And he just made up some shit. And then they said, this sash on your shirt, what is that?
Right.
And he did not know. And then the guy said, that's a sash from blah blah blah.
Right.
I know because I was there. Where'd you get this jacket? And then he found out he bought it on eBay and he was begging for money.
Okay, my
So-
first issue with that is that you've seen a YouTube video. My second one was, have you not seen homeless people on the streets begging and wearing uniforms? They have the sign, hey, vet and hunger,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Because,
Vietnam
I
vet,
mean,
God
in the
bless
town that I live in, there's tons of them. And I look at them like, dude, I already
They're
know you
lying.
didn't serve.
Okay.
Yeah, like, I
Okay,
already
well,
know.
because I don't know when if they're walking around, they're wearing the jacket with the sashes. But I guess you
You
can
can get
that
those
at any
at
you
Salvation
can go
homeless.
Army,
buy
right?
that.
You can. A lot of times they give things like that away at the homeless shelters.
Yeah.
Like old army surplus clothes or
And you
military.
can go buy that stuff
Where do you
really
think
cheap.
those?
It's
Where do you
not
think?
an issue.
Cheap. My God, those things are expensive.
Well, that's good because
Yeah.
now
like
I know
those
about what
wool
really
blankets.
stolen
Where do you
valor
think
means.
those wool blankets come from? Those are army. Those are military issue.
So
blankets.
stolen valor, just so I know, just so I'm clear, is only when you're trying to get a job.
Well,
That's what.
I really believe that it's just basically from what you're understanding, Draven, is it's a YouTube term. Okay. It's not what actual stolen valor is.
I thought it's anybody
That's
who's
my
claiming to be in the
opinion.
military.
That's my
not
opinion, though.
in the military. Like they claim to be in the military, but they never served and they never
for
went.
profit.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
When
So-
it's for when they're trying to make it for profit, then that's
Profit
stolen
or
valor.
gain. Profit or personal gain.
Right.
Okay.
And you don't really see that much other than the homeless people on the street, but that doesn't mean they're stolen valor because that didn't mean that they were ever a vet to begin with. So you
Yeah, they
can't be
just could be
stolen valor
mentally
if you were
ill.
never a vet to begin with.
All right, no, I got you. Okay, so then getting back to Vaughn,
Well, you can't
he's
be
just an
stolen
idiot.
valor if
No
you're
one's
never a
saying
vet if you
this.
claim to be a vet.
Von Houten's just making this up.
Well, no, he did serve. I mean,
Yeah.
he did. He is a veteran.
He just didn't do what he said.
Okay.
Right.
So why is
he
he
is-
saying stolen valor? Why is he saying that?
Because
The trolls say that.
No, he's claiming that. Yeah, see, Stinky. The one thing you learn about Stinky really quick, and he likes to talk about this, is projection. Okay. If you want to know what Stinky's worried about, you want to know what Stinky's problems are in life, look at the videos that he makes where he's spewing all the things that the trolls are accusing him of being. Okay?
Yeah.
These are things that he worries about. These are things that he's projecting onto other people and then claims that we're projecting it onto him or whatever the fuck. But yeah, he's nuts. So
Well, see, I'm kind of a Vaughn advocate, so to speak.
Why?
And I'm not stitchy. Sorry, Grampy.
Oh, God.
I'm not going to go there. I mean, I like Vaughn. I think he is definitely a little bit delusioned about some of his thinking, but I also think and give him a leeway because of his generation and his thinking that I think that he just got lost somewhere.
At this point in his life,
Do I think that, like, when I watch his videos and stuff, like his last one about showing his house and some of the things he says, well, yeah, I think he's a little bit silly, but I don't want to talk bad about Vaughn. Sorry. And I know most people are going to totally hate me for this, but I really enjoy listening to Vaughn. I think his stories are amusing. I was really hoping for his plane to take off. And I did get to see it fly. And, he posted a link for me up on the Rumble. And it did. It got off like, 2-3 inches. I was very excited for him.
that wasn't flying.
I was excited for him.
I lost respect or any type of, he's just a crazy old guy a long time ago with Stinky.
No, I don't like how he talks about you. I definitely do not like how he talks about you.
Well, yeah, and see, I mean, and you know, whatever. But I hope he's homeless. I really do. I hope nothing good for him.
No, I understand that because I have that feeling with Shanny.
Yeah.
But then I think about the kids, so there's a different situation.
But the kid, you know, whatever.
Well,
I mean,
you know,
shit's gonna
speaking
happen.
of them,
Shit's gonna happen. But no, with Vaughn, there's a reason a lot of people I don't think he's a good person. I don't think he's a nice person in real life. He's very willingly ignorant, not able to think that somebody else might be right, that he's wrong, because that would be impossible. What he claims he's done, his stories, sure, they're humorous, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But his inability to take any responsibility for anything, and then what he claims, 15 people are dead, he still talks about Raven, you know? He's a vile human. Seriously, I don't, and I don't hate many things. Okay, I don't, you know, I mean, I hate the Yankees, you know, things like that, you know. I don't hate many things, right? I don't hate Shanny and Rev, okay? I just think they're just fucked, right? They fucked themselves, right? I think it's humorous. I think it's funny. I don't hate them. I hate Stinky. I don't give a shit. I hope he gets hit by a car. Wouldn't bother me one bit. I wouldn't go, oh, you know what? I'd be like, I hope that car isn't damaged. Good thing he had insurance. You know, because Stinky's, to me, he's just a vile piece of shit.
That's how I feel about Shanny, Rev, and G-Man. They're vile pieces of crap because of because of the child abuse.
Well,
I mean,
totally.
Okay. We're gonna get all, you know, it's the child abuse, whatever. Vaughn's just a shitty person. They're all shitty people.
They are.
But Vaughn, you know, is.
I wanted to ask you about, like you wrote in your description, G-Man's got no soul. Well, can you elaborate? That was at the beginning.
Well, you didn't watch the beginning, did you?
No, I didn't either. To be
it's
fair,
because I have my
sorry.
own thing going on with G-Man right now. I don't know if you know.
Hold on.
You didn't see.
I was dealing with real life. Sorry. Sometimes
see
real
Rev's
life precedents over the internet. As much as
You
I
didn't see
love to click on your
Rev's
stuff.
latest video, Grampy? You didn't see Rev's latest video about me? He talked about me.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
I saw
Rev?
that. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see G-Man's. I seen Rev's. Rev was calling you out.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, do you know why? Because of G-Man.
Oh, well.
No,
I only watch G-Man or Rev through other people. I don't watch any of them directly.
Yeah, because I was gonna make a video, but I'm kind of.
You want to see the video?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Grampy,
Have
did
you seen this one?
Grampy, did you check the side chat?
No, I'm trying to five. Grampy, high five. Christian Frost, laser beams. How you doing? Rick Zilla, yeah, the masses love stolen, badly rehashed literature.
No, the
They all
private
have
side
connections
chat.
with each other.
The private side chat.
Oh, let me see. Grampy, I.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, don't read that.
Yeah, don't read that.
Yeah. Well, okay. You know what? I was just gonna say about why Rev made that thing against me, because I talked to G-Man, that friggin' rude asshole, and wow, Grampy was right. He warned me not to talk to a rude piece of shit. He really pissed me off to the point where I wrote him a nasty email. And that's why he's after me now, and that's why Rev's after me now, because of said nasty email. And I was going to go into that.
Now, Can I play this now? Have you
Yeah,
seen
yeah, yeah.
this?
I was just explaining.
Okay, this
Draven,
is
never get mad on the internet, okay? Because
I
remember,
know.
it's not your real life, honey. It never get mad on the internet.
He just
right.
pushed me too far, Dove.
Okay,
You know?
No.
okay.
All right,
Settle
let's
down
play
there,
it.
Bucker. Drink some
Let it
hot
roll.
cocoa.
All right, let it roll.
Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Do ya still want me?
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Did you know that every 7 minutes a black person is born in this country without soul? Hello, I'm B.B. King. Won't you help Don Simmons and the thousands of others that suffer from this tragic disorder? Its cruel symptoms can strike anyone. Let's take a look.
Parker. Parker, 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 I don't even know. How does this song go? Hold on, let me see something here. How does it go? Because I had this whole plan and I figured out how to do it.
Oh my God, what is wrong with
This
him?
is B.B. King saying,
He's
won't you
stupid.
please give, so that Don Simmons here and so many others can become useful members of society.
Or below me a kiss, and that's
Hey.
lucky too.
Write to blacks without soul. Post Office Box 1305A, Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
I was watching Dragnet
Is that a
before.
Fat Bot
and-
Talk thing? Did Fat Bot Talk do that?
No.
Did he?
Oh.
No.
Yeah. I was watching Dragnet before, and he showed Shanny giving Dragnet a PDF of Gary's name, his address, all his details. Gary sends me an email saying he don't trust Shanny or Rev. It's such a toxic way of they're both living. And then those poor kids had to be in between that. And I basically sent him an email saying, hey, what's going to happen when those pipes freeze, you fucking idiot? Because you can't be in a house with just 2 heaters, even though they only showed 1 heater. They only showed 1 heater. People said, David Anthony said there was only 1 heater. And they made a video showing said 1 heater.
What makes you think they have water?
I don't know. I just know that to heat a house properly, because I've built the fuckers before, I said you have to heat the whole thing. You can't be in a house with a broken heater. What's wrong with it, G-Man? I said, aren't you a man? Don't you know how to fix it? I bet I can go to that house and fix it in 1 day. Wasn't he a new water heater? I mean, really, what is it? What does it need?
Look,
I mean, seriously, what makes you think they even have water?
I don't know. But you have to have running water to have kids in your house. That's what I'm saying.
Well, but squatting or living, people do that all the time too, just because something is illegal. Like I've known people that lived in houses with no electricity, and they had kids.
Absolutely. I've lived in a house with no water, heat, or electricity. So yeah.
I just know if this was years ago, the people would take these people and take them around back in Minecraft and take care of it, to make sure those kids were okay.
No,
I'm just saying back then, but
people up. No,
in
back
Minecraft,
then
man.
No, back then they wouldn't have done. Look, those kids are. It's a situation, even back then or now.
I just figured after Drag's video, after all those videos showing the shit on the floor and all that shit in their house and how Rev was treating them, I figured CPS would have stepped in. But then I forgot, oh yeah, it's fucking Pennsylvania. They're moving to lax fucking pedo Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. I hate Pennsylvania.
Calm down there. Pennsylvania isn't like it's some kind of out of the way, out of world thing. I don't think CPS knows where they're at.
I don't.
Well, they should. I just know a lot of people who duck out over there in PA. They're never heard from again. And
There's a lot of places people go.
Calm
where
down.
you can duck
Pennsylvania is
out.
full of a lot of Amish people. I'll give you that. I live in Amish world. Okay, they live off the grid, so to speak. But NCPS does kind of get involved over there, but most of the time it's not a big issue. But these people, where Rev and Shanny are living, are not in that particular area. I can tell you that. But
Yeah, and people, like look, for every, like, people think that CPS is going to have some radar just because somebody
They can't.
They
can't do anything anymore because they were sued. They were sued badly years ago. So they can't do anything. I know this for a fact. They were sued really bad.
Who?
Because you know what? So many times they would bother the wrong people, and the people that were being sexually abused, they ain't do dick for.
Who?
When they were called DIFUS.
Why
So they had
would you
to
think
change
that
their name.
CPS couldn't do anything if they knew, in fact, where they're at? Like, absolutely, they would. Like that's crazy to think.
But they don't. And those kids are still in that house, and now not only are they getting shitty education because they can't put them in a regular school because they're not paying any bills or anything, but now they have to be in a place with a heater.
Online. No, there is free online schooling for us northern children. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just don't know
and they
if
are
they're
being
keeping
taught
on the
by
ball with
actual
them, you know?
teachers. It is free here because of COVID, especially now. It is free. It used to cost. But no, there is free schooling. So the fact that she says the teachers are teaching them, I do actually kind of believe that, as long as they have internet, and they can get free internet based on that. This is something I can tell you because I live here in the north. I live 2 states away from her, and her state isn't any different than mine. Okay, as far as the online schooling, because up here in the north, it is very well known that a lot of times, especially in Pennsylvania and where I live, that schools get shut down a majority of the year due to snow. Okay. And now my school district that I have, we do e-learning because that has become an issue with the snow. Okay. And where these kids ended up having to go until the middle of June into school, then that ended up into a contract with the teachers and the cafeteria people and the budgets and everything. So that is why there is legally a online schooling project of teachers that you can sign up for. So it is
I just
free.
worry about the kids.
And
I'm
I'm
a
pretty
parent.
sure, no, she said that that's what they were doing. And I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on that. I mean, I can't dispute it one way or the other. Oh, mute bozo. I agree with you more, burping girl. Yeah. Frank, he dissed us last night. So that's not something that you can contest yet.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
there's no known proof that they are not in
Whoa.
that particular online school.
Okay. Hold on just a second. I gotta. Since when is snow a problem for the north?
Well, when the buses can't run.
Look, I'll tell you, outside
It gets bad.
Where do you live?
Who?
You.
I'm just saying.
It gets bad. I live in New England.
Okay, and if you go up near like the Poconos, like it's crazy up there. Like it snows a lot of the time, a lot of the year.
I mean, we don't necessarily shut down, but we do shut it down because we find it, well, we have 2-hour delays, which that's the majority of the
I get 2-hour
situation.
delays. I get it. Sometimes there's some extra snow. Hey, schools. But, and trust me, I've only been out here, this would be 11 years or something, but I've seen it like with a point where shit's pretty much shut down for a couple of days, but school's pretty much on the next day. It's not like, oh, we're not going to have school for a whole week. I mean, it's not like in the 50s when, they didn't have like the ability to like plow. I mean, our shit gets plowed, like it's good,
Well, it depends if you live in the rural type of school district where a majority of my school district is in very rural country areas to where the roads actually do drift really, really bad, and it is unsafe for children to be on the buses.
Well, yeah. I mean, but you're talking like if you live in the mountains or like.
Well, yeah, because
for the
obviously
most
where I
part,
live, we're flat land, but in Michigan, I can tell you every morning I would wake up. Well, I wake up a lot, in the morning. We're looking to see about the 2-hour delay, and we'll see areas up in Michigan here that is literally only an hour away from me. Well, not even an hour away from me, like maybe half hour, 45 minutes on a normal drive day. But those schools are closed, school closed, school closed, school closed, preschool closed, daycare closed, all of that stuff. And like I said, with my school district where I live, a majority of the kids live in a lot of the rural areas. 4 of the schools that are major schools, middle schools and elementaries, are in a very rural area. So those roads do drift shut, and the snowplows, as much as they try to get there, I mean, I'm sorry, it's a big city. They just don't get there. The school districts are the first priority, but actually there's a second priority, because transportating, people to and from here to Chicago, or, those kinds of roads, which the toll road obviously has its own plow system. But we have other major roads that go through. Those places are definitely a priority. Any kind of our other major roads are definitely a priority. And they try to get the school buses routes. That's the second priority. Then the rural roads get done as a last. I mean, it's just the way it is, depending on where you live. And I mean, I don't know exactly where they live in Pennsylvania. I'm not trying to speculate. I've never looked it up. Honestly, it's not my business, but I do know and have been in Pennsylvania. I have family from there.
I've been
They have some very fucked up roads in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania's huge.
Well, yeah.
No,
but when you see the word says there's a dip in the road, you better take that shit serious, because I'll tell you, I remember traveling when I was a kid with my parents, and said the road dipped. And people are like, oh, fuck it, we'll just get through this, And they went, and, it had been flooded. And all of a sudden, these people are in 8 foot of water, because they're like, oh, it's not that big a deal. Oh, yeah, it was. When they started going into it, like they don't mess around in Pennsylvania with their signs. Like when they say this is it, that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
Like it's really kind of messed up in parts of Pennsylvania. I mean, from my experience. I'm just saying that's from my experience. I mean,
I have a bad experience with
snow.
everything, I guess.
Well, I'm just saying that's from my experience. Okay. And just like, Grampy, you living out there in the New York, New Jersey.
I don't live in New York,
Rhode Island area.
It's not New Jersey or New York. I mean.
Well, but you live on the East Coast, so you get a lot of that same shit, just in a different
New
way.
York, New Jersey. That's just.
Sorry, you're on the East Coast.
Yeah, I used to know a guy in Rhode Island, and he used to grow the biggest plants. My God, if I was in Rhode Island, man, that's all.
Yeah, I categorize all of you people over there in the East Coast the same, because I'm the Midwest. So,
Oh God.
But I mean, I've seen New York's winters, and a lot of times I'm like, wow, I thought we had it bad. Y'all got it fucked up. Damn.
Well, look how big New York is, though. I mean.
That's true.
I mean, look, New York City. A lot of people think New York, and they think New York City. They don't realize that most of New York is not the city.
Well, no, I get that. That's like, I can tell you that I look at Chicago and their weather, and yes, I get a lot of their weather, but the only time I'm worried about what weather they get is when it says lake effect coming from the Great Lakes, from Lake Michigan, because what they get in Chicago isn't always the same as what I get, but I definitely get their lake effect. Okay.
I gotta get going, guys.
Okay. Well,
I'm gonna, we deal with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna end this too. Anyway, we've been going on for damn.
I'm sorry. I feel like I fucked up your whole thing.
Well,
me too. Oh shit.
We've gone in directions that I had no idea we were going to be going into.
I'm sorry. I got a lot on my mind. This whole
and
G-Man thing. I'm
why
not
do
going to
you
step
let
by
it-
and let this shit happen. I'm going to make sure, as a concerned parent, that they get fucking brought to the highest extent of the law. If I got to do it myself, I don't give a fuck. I'll drive to Scranton, PA. But that's just my personal feeling.
Well, you knock yourself out, and good luck to you.
Yeah,
I'll make
I'm
sure I
with
film
Brampy.
it.
Knock yourself out, buddy.
The Lord be with you there. You know what I'm saying? You
But
just
ju-
know.
Yeah, but
Me,
just
myself,
remember,
yeah.
Draven, this isn't real life.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. And all I know, for all I know, they're lying. I understand you, Dove.
Look. Honestly, to tell you, I get it. You know the kindness in you, the parent in you. Yeah, York, PA.
I can't help it. Like I feel,
No,
it's in my heart.
No, I understand that. I get that. But you have to understand, you can take that energy and use it somewhere where it could like do something. You know what I mean? If
yeah,
you're worried
use it
about
locally.
if you're worried about Shanny's kids so much, don't, because no matter what you do, things are going to happen the way it's going to happen. I don't give a shit. You know, if you drive to Pennsylvania to save her kids, that's not going to work well. You know, all the only thing you're going to do is waste your time.
Yeah,
You know,
and they'll call the cops.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and that could possibly affect you in a negative way, and that's not something that you want to come into your real life.
Yeah, why'd you drive all the way here, man? Why do you care about Shanny's kids? Then you get yourself involved with something that literally, quite honestly, is none of any of our business, but it's entertaining. So it's the internet. Don't get so emotionally invested. You know,
Right.
I mean, myself, whatever's going to happen, it's like with Von Helton's kids. It's a shame what's happening to his kids. Do I care? It doesn't matter if I care or not.
Do you believe it though? What happened to his kids? Do you believe what? Because I don't know. That could be all made up too. You know,
Well, I mean, it depends on what story you're trying to say. What do we believe? Do we believe they've been taken 12 times? Well, obviously,
13,
yes.
Yeah.
Or they
I
were
mean,
malnourished and all that. you
Yeah,
know?
the only person that's full of shit is Stinky.
Yeah.
You know, and the whole thing with Shanny and Rev, I don't think the kids are in the best spot. You know, is it suck? Sure, absolutely. It sucks shit for those kids. It sucks to be them, right? But to get yourself emotionally involved, like you feel it's your duty as a parent, you know, then you need to back off a little bit. You know, seriously, you're taking this because it doesn't matter what you do. If you want to start a nonprofit to save kids now or some shit, you know,
Donate to some place locally, because what you need to think about is I'm just watching my stories on the internet. This is how much it affects me. I'm just watching a soap opera on the internet. And that's as far as it goes. When I log off at the end of the night, I log off.
Yeah, I don't
That's
give a
it.
shit personally. I mean, that might sound cruel and heartless, but
No.
in no way, shape, or form does it affect me in any way, shape, or form. Now, my problem with somebody like Stinky, though, is I just hate him. You know, I hope really, I mean, he wants horrible things to happen to everybody. Everybody deserves to be in prison. I don't think there's a redeeming quality to Stinky at all. I think he's just a vile, just nasty person, right? Sucks to be him, you know. His life is just, you know. And look, him and J-Dubs both, you know. Neither one of them, you know. Honestly, J-Dubs, fuck. He's gonna end up dying anyway. I mean, God, they worry about my fucking health and shit. Look at J-Dubs, man. He's already been but can't even keep a job as a cashier at Walmart because he can't stop being a fucking racist and just a complete asshole to everybody. Then he wonders why his life sucks. His name was Stinky. He's got, you know. Anyway, folks, we've been going over 5 hours. There's still 23 people watching. Draven, Dove Kitty, thanks for coming in tonight.
Thumbs up, folks. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. I'm going to pop this out, end it. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Love you, Grampy.
Yeah, I love you, man. Sorry, I'm
Love you,
canceled now.
Draven.
No,
Love
it's
you,
been,
Dragon.
it's been a
Yeah, love you too. Thank you for talking to me. Like I said, Dove Kitty, I take everything you said into account, and I take everything Grampy said into account because I know I'm dumb. I don't know everything, and that's why I ask questions.
Sometimes if you listen,
Yeah.
there's a lot of questions that you don't need to ask.
I'm just a dumb guy with a big heart. In the end of the day.
No,
I
get
don't
it.
think you're dumb.
Okay, well, we're all a bit retarded. So anyway, folks.
All right.
This is Grampy Lobster. Thanks for being here. It's all groovy. That's right, folks. Good night, folks. Twisted Skeptic, Stinky Gerbil. Stinky Gerbil. Folks. Well, it's been 5 hours, 4 minutes, and 7 seconds, folks. We've went from Von Helton. My God, we talked about Chris Chan. Oh my God. I can't believe we were talking about some of that stuff. Sometimes people need to get stuff off their chest. Draven seems a little... He needs to mellow out a little bit. But we all need to mellow out. I don't know. People think differently, things like that and stuff. Dove Kitty, thank you so much. Loved everybody out there. Richard Colton. Boston is like Scranton with clams. Unless you caught the end. Well, Shathagey 63. Thanks for being here. Thanks everybody for being here. Remember, folks, damn, if you're not watching this on the official 2018 Grampy Lobster channel from the high moving on up tower, 9th floor in Woonsocket, Rhode Island, folks. Have a good evening. Take it easy, and we'll talk to you.